Hello everyone, welcome back to the part 2 of our Spotify clone build. In this video, we are going to continue building the rest of our application. So I'm going to go to my code editor in here and I'm going to close everything that I have here, collapse everything here, and I'm going to go for lib, then hooks, and in here there's going to be a new file that's going to be use keyboard shortcuts.ts. Here, let's bring use effect from React. Then we have use player store, and we're gonna write const is editable is equal to element event target. Hold on, event target. There you go. Or it's going to be null, and it's gonna return with something which is boolean. And we have if element. Hold on, if element instance of HTML element, and if that thing is not true, then we return false. And we have const tag is equal to element dot tag name. Then we have return tag is identical to input. We go either it's identical to input, or the tag is identical to text area, or then we element dot is content editable. There you go. And it's going to return true and false, of course. Here we have export function use keyboard shortcuts. Open that function. We have use effect here. Open that. Here we have const handler is equal to event, which is going to be keyboard event. Let's open that function. It's going to be if is editable event dot target. We return out of this const. We have actions volume progress. That's gonna be, sorry, not this, but curly braces here. Yeah, there you go. We're extracting that from use player store dot get state. There you go. Then here we have switch. So here we have e dot code, and we go for case space. That's gonna be event dot prevent default, and that's gonna actions dot toggle play. And we break out of that. We are basically creating this hook where we're gonna create all of the shortcut keys that are going to be used for the player in order to decrease volume, increase volume, play, pause, and things like that. But here we have a second case, which is arrow right. That's gonna be if event e dot shift key, then actions dot next, and else we have actions dot seek math dot min. That's going to be 100 progress plus 1, sorry, progress plus 5 here. Then we have break in here. We go for the next one. I'm going to copy this one, bring it here. That's going to be arrow left. This is going to be previous here, and this is going to minus 5. Everything else is going to be the same. I'm going to copy this one and bring it down here, and this is going to be arrow up. Now for the arrow up here, I'm gonna do this, that event dot prevent default, And here, this is going to be actions dot set volume, and it's going to be math dot min 1 volume plus 0.05, and it's going to be break. We have arrow here. This is going to be arrow down and event dot prevent default being action set volume. This is going to be max. It's going to be 0, and volume is going to be minus 0.05. Break. I'm going to copy this one more time, and this is going to be key m, and that's going to be actions dot toggle mute. And there you go. That's pretty much it. Now we're going to need to get out of this handler, which is getting closed here. Get out of here, and here we're going to write window dot add event listener key down handler, and in here it's going to be return window dot add event listener. Sorry, it's going to be window dot remove event listener. It's going to be key down, and this is going to be handler. There you go. I'm going to format everything, save things, and in here for the use effect, we're going to make sure that we have this empty array here as a dependency. And there you go. Save everything. And all right, I'm going to go to app shell.tsx file, and in here we're going to need a few things. So first of all, in the imports, so here there's going to be our toast viewport, and there you go. That's also, we need use audio engine, and we need use keyboard shortcuts. Let's scroll down here, and here we need const audio reference is equal to use ref, and that's gonna be HTML audio element or null, and initially it's gonna be null, of course. And here we have use audio engine. It's gonna take audio reference. Then we have use keyboard shortcuts. There you go. Scroll down and let's get to the main part here. And we have both the mobile toolbar here configured okay, perfect, and play bar, mobile play bar. Okay, here we're gonna need the toast, so that is going to be toast viewport. There you go. Then after that, here we're gonna need something, a hidden audio element, basically. That's gonna be backing the player, controlled imperatively. So here basically we're gonna use audio. That's gonna take a reference, which is going to be, in this case, audio reference. Then we have preload, that's gonna be auto. Then we have place in line. Then here we have hidden, and area dash hidden is going to be true. Format everything properly, save everything, and we are almost done with this file. There is one more thing that we're going to need to do, but that is going to be used for the authentication. Only when the user is authenticated, that is when that's going to take place, and we haven't covered the authentication for this project yet. So that's coming soon as well. After the audio, I'm going to need to update the home content to enable the functionality of playing a sound, but I noticed this issue here. This is supposed to be toast viewport, something like this, and it wasn't being imported correctly. There you go, toast viewport. All right, now what we need is I'm gonna go to home content, and in here, first of all, on the top, there are going to be a few files like use player store. Then we need use toast store. All right. Then after that, here we're gonna need const play is equal to use player store s dot actions dot play. There you go. Then here we're gonna need const push toast is equal to use toast store s, that's gonna be s dot push. There you go. And now after the greeting here, we're gonna write const play tracks is equal to tracks. That's gonna be a track array of tracks basically, and open that function. And now in here we're gonna need if tracks, hold on, tracks, the number 0, basically the first array in the tracks is not there, then we're gonna go for push toast. It's gonna be no playable tracks found for this collection, and we return from this. Otherwise we have play, that's gonna be tracks, and the first item of that array, tracks. There you go. Right now we're going to need to add a couple of more functions. So here const play list is equal to id string initial tracks track. There you go. And in here this is going to be if initial tracks, the first item is available, then we go for play tracks initial tracks. There you go. And we return from there. Now this function is not completed here, as we're gonna write a few more things. Rest of the function goes here. Similarly, we're gonna write a new function here. Const play album is equal to id, which is going to be a string, and initial tracks, which is gonna be an array of tracks. And here we have if initial tracks, basically the same thing. If the first item is available, then we go for play tracks here, and that's gonna ask for initial tracks, and we return from there as well, and the rest of the function goes there. Now if we go to the browser, well, we do have a few, yes, got it. This is, there's supposed to be an arrow here. There you go. Now if we go to the browser, basically if we click on, let me open up the inspect here. So if we, let me clear everything up here, refresh again, we have no errors. Now if I click on this one, so the playlist is playing, and here the album is playing, and these are the things that we need to update now. So here this one says playing, that's gonna be changed entirely. So basically I'm gonna go here, and at this spot I'm gonna open this curly brace for this function. It's gonna be if item.id is identical to liked, then we return. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, there you go. Then we return. Then const p is equal to feed dot made for you dot find x, hold on, x x.id is identical to item.id. And then if playlist, p for playlist here, is available, then playlist p.id and p.tracks. Then we return from there. And after the if statement here, we go for const a is equal to find, feed dot popular albums dot find x.id is identical to item.id. There you go. Here we have if a is available, that means basically if a is true, it's something like that. So it's just in short term. If a is there, then play album a.id a.tracks, and there you go. Let me format everything and save it. Now let me scroll down, and in here we have this console.log. I'm going to get rid of that too, and it's going to be playlist. It's going to be p.id and p.tracks. All right, let's move on to the next one. Here album is playing, well, it's going to be play album, and it's going to be a.id, and it's going to be a.tracks. There you go. This one does not have any, and this one has, so I'm going to go here, and it's going to be play album a.id a.tracks. Save it, format everything, save it again, and I'm going to go to here, and let's hope that this works out. So I'm not sure, actually. Let's click on this one. There you go. We have midnight static, and it is playing. Amazing. Well done, guys. You have done a wonderful job. All right, guys. Now when we have officially a player working, and now let's go back to our code editor, and I'm going to close everything and collapse everything in here. And we're going to move on to the Deezer API. That's what we need in order to bring real data into our app, make the app more productive and real world. And then we start building the rest of the pages, authentication, database, and everything. So for now, let's go to lib, create a new folder here, call it Deezer. And in here, there's going to be a new file that's going to be types.ts file. So that file is going to be exporting a lot of types. Export, interface, Deezer, envelope. It's going to be a generic. Open that, and here we have date. We have array of that. Total, that's going to be a number. Next, that's going to be a string. Prev, that's going to be a string as well. And we have error. If that exists, that is going to be an object where we have type of string, message of string, code, which is going to be a number. There you go. Next up, we have export, interface, Deezer artist mini. We open that, and here we have ID, which is going to be a number, name, string, picture is going to be a string as well. We have picture underscore small, that's string, picture underscore medium, that's string as well. We have picture underscore big, that's string as well. We have picture underscore XL, that's string, and we have track list, that's string as well. And here we have export, interface, Deezer album mini. Open that. Here we have ID, which is going to be a number, title, string, cover, string, cover small, string, cover underscore big, string, cover underscore medium, string, and then here we have cover underscore XL, string, track list, string, release date, that's going to be a string as well. Bring it up here, export interface Deezer track raw. Open that. ID is going to be a string, title is going to be a string, title underscore short is going to be a string, duration is going to be a number, rank is going to be a number, explicit underscore lyrics underscore colon, it's going to be a boolean. Then we have preview, that's going to be a string. We also have artist, that's going to be a Deezer artist mini. We have album, that's gonna be a Deezer album mini, and with a small a, not capital A. After that, here we have export interface Deezer album raw extends Deezer album mini, and basically this is going to be a standalone album payload returned by /album/ID, something like that. Okay, so here we're gonna say artist is going to be Deezer artist mini. There you go. Duration, that's gonna be a number, and B tracks, that's gonna be a number as well. We have release date, that's gonna be a string as well. Then we have genres, that's gonna be an array, and that's gonna be data array. We have a generic here, and that's gonna be ID, number, name, string. There you go. And then we have tracks, that's gonna be Deezer envelope, and the generic here is going to be Deezer track raw. There you go. After that, here we have export interface Deezer artist raw extends Deezer artist mini. Open that, and here we have nb underscore album, that's number, nb underscore fan, that's number, share, that's a string, and track list, that's going to be a string as well. I'm going to scroll down a little bit, and here we have export interface, that's going to be Deezer playlist raw. Open that. ID is going to be a number, title, string, description, string, duration, string, hold on, duration should be number, and we have public, that's going to be a boolean, then nb underscore tracks, That is going to be a number as well. Fans, number, picture, string, picture underscore small, string, picture underscore medium, string, picture underscore big, string, picture underscore XL, string. Check sum is going to be string, creation underscore date, that's going to be string as well. We have also creator, that's going to be an object, ID, number, name, string. We have user here, that's going to be an object as well, ID, number, name, string. Then we have tracks, that's going to be Deezer envelope, it's going to be Deezer track raw. There you go. And with that, we have officially completed this types file for the Deezer API. Now when we have the types, it is time for us to create the mappers, and the mappers go into the same file here, new file, that's gonna be mappers.ts. There you go, open that, import type track from /types. There you go. The next type we need is album. There you go. Not here, but here. Album, then artist, then playlist. Playlist. There you go. And then we need Deezer album raw. There you go. And we also need Deezer artist raw. We also need Deezer playlist raw. Then we need Deezer track raw. And these are all going to be types. All right. Format. There you go. Now here we have a function which is basically going to pick the cover size that's still reasonable for the transport. So function pick cover, partial, that's going to be Deezer album raw. There you go. And this is going to return a string. Open that. And this is going to be return a dot cover underscore big, a dot cover underscore medium, a dot cover XL, and a dot cover, or just an empty string if nothing is available. Then here we have function pick artist picture a partial with a capital P. This is gonna be Deezer artist raw. It's gonna return a string and return. There you go. Now in here we have a dot picture big, a dot picture medium, a dot picture XL, a dot picture, or just an empty string here. I'm gonna format everything, and now in here this needs to be removed from here, and I think now we're good to go. And we also need to make it 2 question marks here. All right. Now after that, here we have function pick playlist picture. That's going to be P partial. And here we're going to put Deezer playlist raw. There you go. It's going to return string like the rest. return. Open that. Here we have p.picture big, or we have p.picture medium. There you go. Or we have p.picture XL, or we have p.picture, or we have just a simple string. Format everything, and there you go. Now after that, here we have basically namespace IDs, so that Deezer doesn't collide with Prisma playlist IDs when we have the Prisma integration, of course. So export const did is equal to this object. That's gonna be track n number or string. That's gonna be a d dash tr dash, and that's gonna be a number here, comma. I'm gonna duplicate it a few times. That's gonna be album. This is artist, and this is playlist. Here we have all numbers and strings. And then here we have album, artist, and playlist. There you go. Next up, here we have export function, unwrap Deezer ID. That's going to take an ID, which is going to be a string, and kind, which is going to be either tr or al, or that's going to be ar, or that's going to be pl. And at the end, it's going to return either a number or null. Open that. And here we are going to go for const prefix is equal to d dash kind. There you go. Then we have if id dot starts with prefix here, and that's not true, then we return null. And we go for const n for is equal to number. We have id dot slice prefix, hold on, dot length. There you go. And we have return number dot is finite. There you go. And that's going to be number. So if that exists, that's going to be number. Otherwise, it's just going to be null. So we have both number and null here. Format, save. And then here we have our track. The track is going to be export function track from Deezer. That's going to take a track, which is going to be Deezer track raw, type that, and we have it's going to return a track. Then that's going to be return, which is basically an object here. So id id dot track t dot id. There you go. All right, return. Then we have title t dot title. Then we have artist. That's gonna be t dot artist dot name. Then we have artist id. That's gonna be did dot artist. It's gonna take t dot album, sorry, t dot artist dot id. Then next one we have album. That's going to be t dot album dot title. And next we have album id, which is going to be did dot album. That's going to take t dot album dot id. Next we have duration. That's going to be t dot duration. We have cover URL, which is going to be pick cover, and we're going to add t dot album. There you go. Next we have audio URL. That's going to be t dot preview or undefined. Then we have explicit. That's going to be t dot explicit lyrics, if that's good. Otherwise, simply it's just false. Explicit. And now let me check the explicit real quick. So if I go to track, we have this explicit here. But the strange thing is explicit, right? Yeah, explicit. Yeah, I misspelled that there. So explicit here. Copy that, save it. Let's go back here and paste it over here. There you go. Yeah, whenever I see something, it seems like that I always mess up the spelling. So that's the first instinct for me to check. All right, after that here, we're gonna go for the album, as we already have the track now. The album is going to be export function album from Deezer. That's gonna take an album, Deezer album raw. There you go. And that's gonna return an album. Open that. And this is going to be const year is equal to number. Here we go for a dot release date. Otherwise, simply just an empty string. Dot slice. Hold on, not to that. Here dot slice. That's gonna go from 0 to 4. Or we're going for new date dot get full year. There you go. That's the year we have. Return, that's gonna be a object, a type of album. ID did dot album a dot id. There you go. We have title a dot title. We have artist, that's gonna be a dot artist. If that exists, then we get the name out of that. Otherwise, it's just an empty string. Artist ID, artist a dot artist. If that is available, we're gonna go for d id dot artist. We go for a dot artist dot id. There you go. Otherwise, it's just an empty string. There you go. Next, we have cover URL, which is going to be pick cover and a here. Then we have year. Then we have type, which is going to be album. Then we have tracks, which is going to be a dot tracks. If they exist, then we get the data out of that. Otherwise, it's just an empty string. And when they do, then we run the map on that, which is going to be taking one track arrow function. There you go. That's going to be track from Deezer. Open that, and here we have dot 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 track. And then we have on album, it is going to be an object dot 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 t dot album. We have on title, it's going to be a dot title. And cover big, that's gonna be pick cover a here, or simply we're gonna go for undefined. There you go. One thing that I noticed here, basically, that this a dot tracks dot date, this should be a dot data, and that should be changed here in the types from the Deezer. Basically here, instead of date here, this should be data. Let's go back to the mappers file here, and we still need to fix this issue. And for that, basically, yeah, okay, got it. So basically, these parentheses needs to be removed that I added accidentally there. This should be a direct return here. And there you go. All right, and formatted everything. And now we move on to the next one, which is artist. That's going to be export function artist from Deezer. That's going to take an artist, which is going to be Deezer artist raw. There you go. And it's going to return an artist, of course. Open that. It is also going to return taking extra. And that extra is popular tracks. Hold on. Let me get down here. Yeah. Popular tracks. If they're available, it's going to be a array of type tracks. Then we have album. If that is available, it's going to be an array of type album. There you go. Let me bring the extra here on down as well. Let me pull this up and this one too and bring it down here for clarity. So basically we have this, we have extra this, and this whole thing is going to be equal to a empty object initially. Format everything, and now let's go inside the function. We return, and this one is going to be id d id dot artist a dot id. Then we move on to name a dot name. Here we have image URL, pick artist picture, that's going to be a, and we have monthly listeners, that's going to be a dot nb, fan if they exist, otherwise just simply 0. Then we have verified, that's going to be a dot nb fan if they are there, and that's good, otherwise it's just 0. And if they are there, then they are more than 100 100,000, comma. Then here we have genres, and that's going to be an array, simple array. Then we have popular tracks, that's going to be extra dot popular tracks. If they exist, that's good, otherwise simply just a single array, empty array. Then here we have albums, that's going to be extra dot album. If that is there, that's good, otherwise just as an empty array. All right, formatting everything and saving, and then we have finally a playlist. That's the last one for this file. That's going to be export function playlist from Deezer. That's going to take a playlist, which is going to be a Deezer playlist raw. There you go, and it's going to return a playlist. Open the function, we have return, and that's going to be id the id dot playlist p dot id. We have title, that's going to be p dot title. We have description, which is going to be p dot description, otherwise just an empty array. And then we have cover URL, that's going to be pick playlist picture, that's going to take playlist. Then we have honor, that's going to be p dot creator. If that exists, then we get the name out of that. And otherwise here we have p dot user dot name, and if both of these does not exist, we simply say Deezer. Then we have followers, that's going to be p dot fans. If they're there, that's good, otherwise just simply say 0. Then we have is public, that's going to be p dot public, otherwise simply say true. And we have tracks in here, that's going to be p dot tracks. If they exist, then we get the data from there, and otherwise simply it's an empty array dot map track from Deezer. There you go. This public thing, so this is public, basically the type boolean is not assignable to type string. Well, Let me confirm. If we go to the playlist and yep, this is supposed to be Boolean in here. Save that. Let's get back here and we're good. All right, let's see what issues we have. Why the file is red. Let me see. Well, there's doesn't seems to be any issues. Let me, yeah, actually no need for that. So that's pretty much it for this file now. But I wonder why the mappers file here is red. There has to be an error and yeah, got it. So here, this column here, that doesn't need to be there. Well, save it, format it, and we're good. All right, I'm going to close this file and I'm going to go to in the lib folder. Here we have Deezer. I'm going to create a new file. This is going to be client.ts file. So now basically this file is going to be the server only, first of all. So import server only. Now let me tell you about this file basically. So all calls go through this file. So caching, error handling is uniform. Endpoints are open, so basically no API key, but we still cache responses on the edge using Next.js fetch revalidation to avoid hammering Deezer and keep page renders snappy. Also, on any non-OK response like network failure or 4 something or 5 or something or rate limits, we return an empty envelope rather than throwing. So pages render with empty sections instead of crashing. Now here, this part, import server only, this file should never be imported into the client components. These responses are large and we don't want to ship them to the browser. The import server only here line that make sure that the build error if someone tries. All right, now here I'm gonna go for import type Deezer album raw from types. Then here we have Deezer artist raw. We also have Deezer envelope. We also have here Deezer artist, Deezer playlist raw here. And we also have Deezer track raw. There you go. Let me format. And here we have const default underscore revalidate underscore s is equal to 60 multiplied by 60. So cache results for 1 hour by default. These are charts don't change often basically. So here we have const base is equal to https://api.deezer.com. We have interface fetch opts, and here we have revalidate, which is optional. It's going to be a number. Then here we have function empty envelope. There you go. And we're going for the generic here, t, and it's going to return a Deezer envelope with the generic type. Open that here. And I just forgot a, yeah, there you go, parentheses there. And this is going to be return. Open that. And here we have data, which is an array, and total, which is going to be 0 for now here. I just need to put an n here, envelope. There you go. And now here we have async function fetch Deezer. This is going to be generic t here. Open that. I'm gonna go inside that. This is gonna be path, which is gonna be a string. Params. This is gonna be a record. We have string here, string or number here, or undefined. and this is also going to be an empty object, and opts is going to be fetch opts. There you go. Initially empty object, and this all is going to be a type of a promise, basically, with a generic type which we have here, and I'm gonna open that function here now. Here we have const qs is equal to new URL search params. There you go, open that. And we have four, hold on, and we have four const, we have kv of object dot entries. This is going to be params from there. Open that for, and in here we have if v is not equal to undefined, and also v is not equal to, let me put a space here, v is not equal to null, and also v is not equal to an empty string. In that case, we're going for qs dot set, that's going to be k and string v. There you go. Now get out of here. Let me format everything here. Const URL is equal to, open that, here we have base, then this is gonna be another one here, path, and another one in here that's going to be qs dot to string, and then that's gonna be, if that is true, then that's going to be qs in here, qs, otherwise it's going to be an empty string. There you go. Here we have try and catch block. In the try, we're going for const response is equal to await fetch. This is going to be URL. Open that. There you go. We have next. That's going to be revalidate. That's going to be opts dot revalidate. If that's there, that's good. Otherwise, we have default revalidate as. There you go. Then here we have headers. That's gonna be accept, and this is going to be application slash JSON. Now after this one here, I'm gonna put a colon here, and in here it's going to be if response dot OK is not true, then we're going to return empty envelope. That's gonna throw the type of unknown as t here. Return. There you go. After the if here, we are going for const JSON is equal to await response dot JSON as t, and there you go. We have error unknown here. Next we have if JSON and type of JSON is equal to object, and the error in JSON and JSON dot error. In that case, we're going to go for return empty envelope unknown as t again. After that, here we simply return JSON, and in the catch block we're going for return empty envelope, basically this thing. So let's copy that and bring it over here. There you go. Make sure to format everything. I'm going to come down here, and this is going to be public API here. So export const Deezer is equal to this object. So we have chart track. That's going to be a limit is equal to 24 by default. And this is going to be fetch Deezer, and that's gonna basically take Deezer envelope as a type, as a generic, and that's gonna take another Deezer track raw. Here we're gonna go for slash chart slash 0 slash tracks, and as a second argument this is going to be a limit here. There you go. And put a comma here, and then we go down, we're going for chart albums. This is going to be a limit of 24. Once again, open that. This is going to be fetch Deezer envelope. Open that once again. Deezer album raw. There you go. Here we have slash chart slash 0 slash albums. Second argument here is going to be limit, comma here. Just simply copy paste that here. This is gonna be chart artists, and here we have, instead of Deezer album raw, this is gonna be Deezer artists raw. There you go. And instead of albums here, we're gonna change it to artists. Everything else can stay the same. Let me format everything. There you go. Now let me copy that here. Instead of chart artists, this is gonna be chart playlists 24, and here it's going to be playlist raw. There you go. And here we have, instead of artists, it's going to be playlists, and we still have the limit here. All right, now here I'm gonna go for search tracks. That's gonna be query, which is going to be a string, and limit is going to be 24. Function, that's gonna be fetch Deezer. This is gonna be Deezer envelope, and then this is gonna be Deezer track raw. There you go. And in here, this is gonna be slash search slash track, and as a second argument, this is going to be a queue and limit, and as a third argument, let me put a spaces here. I like that. And here, this is gonna be revalidate, and it's going to be 60 multiplied by 10, comma. Save it, formatting everything. I'm gonna copy this everything here and I'm gonna paste it here. This is gonna be search albums, and we have string here, 24 here. This is gonna be, instead of track raw, this is gonna be albums raw. And here, this is gonna be, instead of track, it's gonna be album. We have query, limit, validation, everything else can stay the same. Copy that, duplicate it, and it's gonna be, instead of albums, this is going to be changed to artists, string, limit 24, album raw, artist raw. Here we have artist. There you go. And I'm gonna duplicate it one more time. This is gonna be playlists. Gonna change to playlist raw, and here it changes to playlist as well. Then here, after that, here we have album. That's going to be an ID, which is going to be a number. It's going to return It's gonna add the error function fetch Deezer. That's going to be Deezer album raw. Deezer album raw. There you go. And this is going to be /album/id, of course, in the here. Yeah. And I'm gonna duplicate that. Instead of album here, this is going to be artist ID number, fetch Deezer artist raw here. There you go. And instead of album here, it goes artist ID. All right, now here we have artist top ID number limit is equal to 10. That's going to be a function fetch Deezer. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. Okay, fetch Deezer, and we are going for Deezer envelope here. Then we have Deezer track raw. This is going to be slash artist slash, let me put these here. This is going to be ID and slash, it's going to be top. And the second value here is going to be limit, of course. And we're going to duplicate that. Instead of artist top here, this is going to be artist albums ID number limit 10 fetch Deezer, and this is going to be envelope, and here it's going to be album raw. There you go. And here we have artist ID, and it's going to be albums. Let me format. Yeah, there you go. Put a space here, here, and here. Yeah, that's much better. Here as well, and here as well. Yeah. Okay, hold on. There you go. Then here I'm gonna duplicate that, and this is going to be artist related. ID is going to be number. Limit here is going to be changed to 6. And this is going to be artist raw here. Artist here. And this is going to be related. And we have the limit here. Then here we have playlist. That's going to be taken ID, which is going to be a number. Fetch Deezer. That's going to be Deezer playlist raw. And this is going to be slash playlist. There you go. Slash. This is going to take that ID here. And we're done with this whole client file as well. All right, now I'm going to close this file and this file as well, and I'm going to go to our catalogs.ts file here. Now this file needs to import Deezer as well, and also album from Deezer. And here it's going to be artist from Deezer, playlist from Deezer, and track from Deezer, and unwrap Deezer ID formatting. And now after that, here we're gonna need a const empty underscore Deezer is equal to this generic t, and it's gonna be a Deezer envelope and generic here, and this is going to be our function. So data empty and total 0 here. There you go. So here we have this Deezer, and hold on. So basically here in the Deezer envelope section from the types, we're going to need a few more. So we have Deezer album raw, we have Deezer artist raw, we have Deezer playlist raw, and we have Deezer track raw. There you go, formatting everything, and we're good to go. Now here, after that, here we have a few things. So I'm going to go for const liked. Yeah, liked underscore quick underscore access is equal to, open that. Here we have ID, liked, title, liked songs, cover URL is equal to liked, and href is equal to slash liked dash songs. And that is going to be a as const. There you go. Now here, after this liked quick access, I'm gonna basically write a promise. So that's gonna run a promise, and on rejection, it's gonna return the supplied fallback. So async function safe generic type here. This is gonna be p promise. That generic type goes there. And we have second argument fallback t here. Label is going to be string, and it's going to return a promise t here, and there you go. Now in here we have try and catch. In the try, we're going to go for return await p, await p. There you go. And in the catch, we have this error. So if process.env dot node.env is not equal to production, then in that case console.warn, it's going to be template literals, and here we have catalog. Open that. Here we have label field, and the second argument here goes the error. There you go. And here, after the catch block, outside of that, we go for return fallback. There you go. Let me format it. Yeah. Let's go here, and here we have const empty underscore home underscore feed. This is going to be home feed is equal to, this is going to be quick access, liked quick access. There you go. We have made for you empty, popular albums empty, new releases empty, and popular artists empty. There you go. And now comes the most important part here. So after this feed here, actually, let me bring, yeah, actually, yeah, it can stay here, no problem. All right, scroll up a little, and here I'm gonna type export async function get home feed, and this is gonna return a promise home feed here, and there you go. Const tracks response, albums response, artists response, playlists response is equal to await promise dot all, and open that here, and this is gonna be safe Deezer dot chart track 20 and empty Deezer. It's going to be Deezer track raw. And here, and the third argument here is going to be chart tracks. There you go. Let me duplicate that here. Save. These are chart albums. This is going to be 12 and album raw here, and we have chart albums here as well. Then duplicate that one more time, and this is going to be chart artists. So 12 here again, and then we have empty teaser. This is going to be artists raw. There you go. And here we have artists. There you go. Let me format everything, and now let me duplicate that. So we have, instead of artists here, we have playlists, chart, playlists. This is gonna be 8. And here change that to, instead of artist, playlist raw as well. And here chart artist to chart playlists. All right, I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and get here. We have if track response dot data dot length is identical to 0, and here we're gonna say and albums response dot data dot length is identical to 0, and we're gonna say playlists dot response, the playlist response dot data dot length is identical to 0. Well, in that case, it's going to be return, it's going to return empty home feed. There you go. Otherwise, so basically after this if here, we're gonna go for, let me format, yeah, we go for const made for you, hold on, const made for you is gonna be playlist empty array, basically an array of playlist is equal to playlists play, hold on, playlists response, there you go, dot data dot map, and it's gonna be playlist from Deezer. There you go. Next up we have const popular albums. It's gonna be album, an array of albums basically, and this is gonna be albums response dot data dot map. It's gonna take album from Deezer. There you go. Const new releases, it's going to be album, an array of albums, and equal to, we're going to do the spread operator here, dot 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 albums response dot data, and once that is there, then dot reverse on that, and then on that dot map, and then album from Deezer. There you go. Next up we have const popular artists. That's gonna be an artist array of artists equal to artist response dot data dot map single artist, an arrow function on that, that is going to return artist from Deezer, and we get the artist from there. All right, let's make sure everything is formatted. And now here we're gonna go for const quick access. We have quick access item, an array of that basically. Here, open the array, we have liked quick access. Then we are doing the spread for the basically made for you dot slice from 0 to 3, and on that we're going to go for dot map, and we're going to take a single playlist from there, single p, and we have a single iteration, and in this iteration we're going for id is equal to p dot id, then title p dot title, we have cover url, there you go, this is going to be p dot cover url, we have href, that's going to be slash playlist slash p dot id, there you go. And in here we're gonna go for dot 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 popular albums dot slide, and we're gonna display only from 0 to 2 dot map anchor here, a here, and we have open that, that's going to be id is going to a dot id, we have title a dot title, cover url is going to be a dot cover url, href is going to be slash album slash a dot id, there you go. And let me format everything, and we're good to go. And now we can get out of this array here, and we can go for return, and that is the promise now that we're going to return here, this promise. So quick access made for you, popular albums, new releases, and popular artists. There you go. Save it. I'm gonna format everything, and we are done with this function. So we have the get home feed now, and I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna write a new function for the album details. So here we have export async function get album detail. It's going to take an ID, which is going to be a string, and it's going to return a promise just like the get home feed, and that is going to be either an album or null. Open that and get album detail. Yeah, we're good. So const Deezer ID is equal to unwrap Deezer ID al here, there you go. And here we're going for if Deezer ID is equal to null, then we're going to return null simply. Const response is equal to await safe, open that, here we have Deezer dot album Deezer ID, there you go, and null as Deezer album raw or null. Then we have Deezer dot album here, and we're good to go. Here we simply just give it the return that it expects. Return resolution if there is response if the response is there, album from Deezer, hold on, there you go, response or just null, there you go. Save it and formatting everything. Let's come down here, export async function get artist detail ID, which is going to be a string. It expects a promise to return basically artist or null, just like before. Open that. Here we have const Deezer ID. Basically here, I'm gonna copy that here. Actually, both of these. And this is gonna be AR for the artist. Deezer ID. When that is null, it's gonna return null. And then here we have const artist response top response albums response is equal to await promise dot all. Open that, the array here, and that's gonna be safe Deezer dot artist. There you go. Deezer ID. Second argument null as Deezer artist raw or null, and third argument Deezer dot artist. There you go. And we're going for the next one here. I'm going to duplicate that. That's going to be artist top. This one. We have Deezer track raw, null, either null. Actually, yeah, for this one though, this is going to be empty Deezer, and that's going to be a Deezer track raw. Yeah, and there you go. And here we're going for artist top. Next up, we're going for the final one that for us is going to be artist albums. Open that, and here we're going for empty Deezer again, Deezer album raw, and here it's artist albums. There you go. Both of all three of these are done. And now after, let me actually format everything. Now after this here we have if artist response. There you go. And this should be capital R, top R. There you go. If artist response is not there, then we return null. There you go. And finally we return artist from Deezer artist response. And for the second our parameter, it's going to be popular tracks. That's going to be top response dot data dot map. It's going to take a track from Deezer. There you go. And for the albums, it's going to be albums response dot data dot map, and it's going to be album from Deezer. And we have an error here. So if we go to this thing, yeah, albums, yeah, got it. Spelling issues as always. We have albums, and this expects albums. Why? Because I assume I have messed it up somewhere else as well. Hold on, what was it? Yeah, this was it. So albums, I'm gonna search that, and this expects that from where? From artist, from Deezer. Yeah, so if yeah, that expected albums artist type artist. Okay, so we're gonna need to go to the artist, and that is inside index.ts inside the types. Hold on, index, there you go. And where is the artist? Artist, there you go. And here I messed up. Albums, this is supposed to be albums. Save it, and no, this is accepted, and I'm gonna close this one, and this is gonna be albums here once again, but it says, hold on, what was, yeah, albums, And if I can just, yes. Yeah, so if I can just go there, and yeah, this should be albums as well. So albums here and here and albums. There you go. Close that and we're good to go. You see, actually, that's the magic of TypeScript, that I have made spelling mistakes, and there's no need for us to go to the browser and check if something is working or not, and if something suddenly crashes and things like that. The TypeScript tells us in the real time that this is where you messed up. This is what you're writing. Did you mean this, or you have just made a mistake? So that's where the TypeScript is very, very powerful and helping us to build this project as efficient as possible. So let me format everything, save here, and let's get down. Here we have const async function get playlist detail. ID is going to be a string. There you go. ID is going to be a string, and it's gonna return a promise. Playlist or just null, and we open that. And this is gonna be export. Export async function. Const Deezer ID. Actually, let me get that from there. Yeah. So this is going to be, instead of AR, this is going to be PL for the playlist. We get down here, const response is equal to await, safe, open that, and we have Deezer dot playlist. Deezer ID, there you go. And we have null as Deezer playlist raw, or null here, and we have Deezer dot playlist here. And we finally return response when that response is there. Playlist from Deezer. There you go. It's gonna take a response, or we simply just return null. Formatting everything, saving everything, and we're ready to move on to the next one. Next up here, I'm gonna write export interface. This is basically going to be for the search. Since we already are working in the catalogs file, so I just thought maybe we should do the search here as well. So export interface, search payload, open that. Here we have tracks, an array of track type. Here we have artists, an array of artist type. Then we have albums, an array of album type. Playlists, that's an array of playlist type. And here, this is going to be top results. That's going to be an object. Open that, and this is going to be kind artist. Yeah, there you go. We have album. We also have playlist. We also have track. Then we have ID, which is going to be a string. Title, which is going to be a string as well. Subtitle, string. Image URL, string. href, string. So that, or just null. Then, yeah, we get out of this. We write const empty underscore search. That's going to be search payload. And we open that, and this is going to be tracks empty, artists empty, albums empty, play lists empty and top results null initially. There you go. Now here we have export async function search with a small s, of course, catalog. This is going to take a query, which is going to be a string, and we are returning a promise, which is going to be search payload, of course, and open that. I'm going to write const q is equal to query dot trim. There you go. Then we have if query is not there, we return empty search. There you go. Const t response, ar response, al response, and pl response is equal to await promise dot all. Open the array. Here we have safe Deezer dot search tracks. It's going to take a q and 12 here, empty Deezer here, and this is going to be a Deezer track raw. And there you go. We have Deezer dot search tracks. I'm going to format everything, and seems like we have an issue with the search tracks here. So I'm going to go to the file, which is client.ts, and we have search artists here, search albums here, and search tracks. It should be tracks, not track. Save it, and let me check if that is being used anywhere else. And that is just that. All right. Let's move on to the next one. I'm going to select this one, duplicate it, and this one goes search artists. There you go. We have a query. It's going to be 8 here for now. And we have empty Deezer artists raw. And we have also search. Actually, copy that, paste that over here. I'm going to duplicate it, and this is going to be search albums. Copy that from here, paste it over here as well, and these are albums raw, and this is going to be 8 here as well. And I'm going to duplicate it one more time, so we have search playlists. Copy that here, and this is 8, and these are playlist raw. There you go. Format everything, and now after here I'm gonna go for const tracks is equal to t response dot data dot map and track from Deezer. There you go. Const artist is equal to ar response dot data dot map single artist and artist from Deezer, and we have artist here. Const albums is equal to al response dot data dot map, and this is gonna be album from Deezer. There you go. We have const playlists is equal to pl response dot data dot map, and we have playlist from Deezer. Hold on. Playlist from Deezer. There you go. If no tracks dot length and no artists dot length and no albums dot length. Also no playlists dot length is there. Then we're going for something like return empty search. There you go. Otherwise, let me format it. Otherwise, we're going for return tracks, artists, albums, playlists, and top results, which are going to be here. Basically, I'm gonna write another function, pick top tracks, artists, and albums. And we are done with this, and we need to write that function now. Function pick top. There you go. That's going to return a search payload top results, top result here. Yeah, no s needed here. Top result, and I'm gonna open that function here now. This is gonna take tracks, which is going to be this, artists, we have artist here, and albums, we have album here. And that top result is gonna need to be fixed in the here. It should simply say top result. There you go. And it should be fixed here as well, top result, and bracket. All right, here I'm gonna write if artists array 0 available, then I'm gonna return kind artist. ID is going to be artists 0.id, and we have title, which is going to be artists array 0.name. Subtitle is going to be artist. There you go. And we have image URL, which is going to be artists array 0, and we get the image URL from there. And we have href, that is going to be slash artist slash artists. There you go. We go for 0.id, and that should be it for this one. And now similarly, we're gonna need to get, this is the if, yeah, okay, I'm gonna duplicate that here. That's gonna be albums. There you go, albums here, here, and here. And we're gonna need to, of course, change a few things here. So first of all, this is gonna be kind album. There you go. And this is going to be ID. This one changes to title here, and this one changes to cover URL here. And this one, subtitle, is going to be changed to something here. That's going to be album. We have a dot here, and that's going to be albums 0 dot artist. And this one changes to album as well. There you go. Now I'm gonna duplicate this one more time, and this one changes to tracks. Okay, and this one is track. From here we go for, let me get these tracks here, 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 and here. ID. Then for the title, it says title, and we're going for the song, tracks, artist. All right, image URL is going to be cover here, and that's going to be album here as well. So album slash tracks, and here we have album ID. There you go. And then finally I'm gonna come here after this and return null. I'm gonna format everything, and let's see what issues we have. We have this pick top that we have here, and it says that it needs to cannot find pick top. Did you mean a pick top? Yeah, capital P. There you go. Save everything, format everything, and let me make sure that we have no other issues. The one thing that I can notice here that is that we have this argument of type 12 is not assignable to parameter type 24, and that issue is basically that if we go to here on the client.ts file, that limit here is supposed to be the default, not the type here basically. There you go. And yeah, just like we have here. So 24, 24, 24, 24 here, and just like we have here. Awesome. I'm going to format everything, save, close this file, and that error is gone. Save, format everything, and we are done with this file as well officially. All right, now the one important thing that we need to do is, so the reason why we have been doing all this work, this Deezer API, so we can pull real data from Deezer and we can display that on our Spotify instead of the mock data. So I'm going to go here to the page.tsx file, and instead of this mock data, we're going to import get home feed from the catalogs, and then we're going to display that. So that's going to be here. I'm going to go for const feed is equal to await, and for that we're going to need to make sure that the function is async. So await get home feed, and we need to use this feed in here instead of our mock data. So I'm going to save it, and hopefully we have that working. Well, we have the issue here, cannot read property of undefined reading length. Okay, so we're going to need to fix these things. So that is in the catalogs.ts file. Let's go there, and line number 79, tracks resolution. Okay, hold on. There you go. And we have what? We have these things here. Okay, so the issue seems to be here in the chart track. If I go there, that's chart track, but in here I'm using chart tracks. So that is supposed to be chart tracks, not chart track. Save that, and we also need to change that here, chart tracks and chart tracks here, identical, albums identical here. So now let's go to the browser, refresh, and we still have that issue here in the line number 79. Tracks resolution here, we have albums resolution here, and all right, I'm gonna go to the catalogs.ts file. Actually, I'm gonna go to the client.ts file, and in here, first of all, this artist, this spelling, these spellings are not good. Artist, this is what it should be. First of all, let's change that and make sure that we have the same. Hold on, let me bring this up, and there you go. This should be artist. All right, that has been fixed. And okay, let's save that as well. And now I'm going to close this file, as well as we don't no longer need the mockup data here. And I'm gonna close this file as well, and let's go here, and we still have the issue. Well, let's keep on digging. All right, actually the issue seems to be in the client.ts file, as our application is crashing, and it seems that it can't find something. And got it. So basically that's the URL, and there needs to be a question mark that we did not add initially. And also, let's see if, yeah, I can notice that here this needs to be a function. There you go. I'm not sure if we're using that anywhere else or not. So yeah, that all three occasions needs to be updated. That and that. And now if we go here, and bingo, we have our Deezer API working, and we have the data from Deezer API, which is fantastic. So the Deezer API is bringing us the data. That is wonderful. And we have the made for you popular albums, popular artists, and new releases, and everything. That's all being displayed from the real Deezer API. But now we need the functionality so we can play the Deezer API songs, that 30 seconds placeholder time basically, from the homepage cards. And for that, we're going to go to our code editor. I'm going to close this file as well as this file, and I'm going to create a new file inside the lib. That is going to be catalog dash actions.ts, and this is going to be use server. And here it's going to be import get album detail and get playlist detail from the catalogs. Then we're going to go for import type track from types. There you go. And now export async function get playable playlist tracks. Yeah, long function name. Open that, and here we have playlist ID is going to be a string, and that all is going to return a promise. So here we have track, an array of track basically. I'm going to open that function, and that's going to be const playlist is equal to await get playlist detail and playlist ID. There you go. And we also have return playlist. If that exists, then we get the tracks out of that. Otherwise, it's just a simple empty array. Save that. And then here we have export async function get playable album tracks. That's going to take an album ID, which is going to be a string, of course. And that's going to be promise what it's going to return. Track, array of tracks, and we open that. And here we have const album is equal to await get album detail, and here we have album ID, and here we have return album. If that is there, then tracks from there. Otherwise, it's just an empty array. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and that is this. That is all for this file. And now the small adjustment that we need to do, that is going to be inside home content file. So first of all, here in the here that we are supposed to write the rest of the code, that's gonna be start transition. There you go. Async, that's gonna be an arrow function. I'm gonna open that, and that is going to be try and catch block. And in the try here, I'm gonna go for const tracks is equal to await get playable. There you go, album tracks. And this one is gonna be actually get playable playlist tracks. There you go. That's gonna take the ID that we have here, and it's gonna go for play tracks and tracks here as well. There you go. And if there is nothing, then we're simply gonna go for push toast, and that's gonna go could not load this playlist. Save it. I'm gonna get rid of this one, formatting everything, and now the album part, basically the same thing that we have here, but for the album instead of the playlist. So we go for get playable album tracks. There you go. And we have the ID here. Play tracks here. Everything is the same except could not load this album in here. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go to my browser. I'm gonna reload everything just to make sure that everything is up to date. And let's click on this one. No playable tracks found for this trans. Okay. Okay. So there is something which is working and there is something which is not working. And that is what we need to address now. All right. So as this is not playing, so I guess let's go to the code editor, and in here, I'm gonna go to, let's see, mappers.ts file. And in here we have this unwrap Deezer ID. Basically, I missed this dash here. That dash needs to be there. I'm gonna save that, and let's go back to our browser, save, refresh everything. And now if I click on that, there you go. The volume is playing, but you will notice a few more issues now. That first of all, the time is not moving, and second, the progress is not happening, and that should be happening. So for that, first of all, let's go here. The mappers can be closed now, and the second file that we need to work for this, that should be audio file, and that's gonna be here. And let's get use audio.ts, and in there, basically the thing that we are not doing correctly, that this should be is finite, just like this one. There's this is integer, and that's why it's never integer. And well, it needs to be changed to the is finite. We misspelled that here. And now if we go here, refresh that and play this one, there you go. It's being played and the time is being updated as well, but the progress is not happening still. And for that, we're gonna go here, and the progress, I get for that we have a slider component, if you remember. And that here we have this width clamped. We need to use a percentage sign here and a percentage sign here as well for both width and left. I guess that should be it. Let me go here, and we already can see progress. Let me refresh. Click on that. There you go. It's playing. The time is moving and the progress is happening. And we have officially integrated the Deezer API into our Spotify clone, and we can play songs from Made for You, or we can change songs. You can see it got updated, or from popular albums it got updated again. And that's amazing stuff, guys. Let's move on to the next stuff now. All right, let's go to our code editor, and the next file that we're going to create, that is going to be inside app. We're going to create a new folder here, API, and in there there's going to be a new folder that's going to be search, and we have a new file here, route.ts file. So that's going to be import actually next response from next server. We also need search catalog from our catalogs. All right, then we have export async function get. This is going to be a request, and that's going to be request. Open that. Here we have const. We're going for search params is equal to new URL request dot URL. There you go. We have const q is equal to search params dot get q. If that is there, wonderful. Otherwise, an empty string. We have const results is equal to await search catalog, and we give the q here. And then here we have return next response dot json, and we go with the results here. That's pretty much it. And now if we go here to the browser, let me do /API/search question mark q, and let's go for Beatles for now and enter, and we get the response, JSON response, which is exactly what we wanted. And if we open the terminal here, wonderful, we are at the Beatles and we have the response. Pretty, that's there you go. We have the tracks and everything about the Beatles. This is we have also the top results, and that is exactly the information that we're going to display on the search page. Once we have that ready, we have the functionality. Now it's time for us to get work on the UI, but that is work that is coming later, because right now I would like to work on the database work. So whatever information we have, we can push that to the database, and then authentication, and then there are so many things like likes and all that, and creating playlists and stuff like that. That is attached to the authentication and to the user specific database. Let's do that. All right, let's get started working on the database. And for that, first of all, we're gonna need to install a few packages. So I'm gonna install npm I add Prisma slash client one, and the second one is add Prisma slash adapter dash better dash SQLite 3. That's the one that we're using for this one. Better dash SQLite 3. And then we have .env. Let's install all of these. And now when all of these are done, we're going to need to install one for the dev dependencies as well. npm I-d, that's going to be Prisma. And there you go. All right. Now the next command that you need to run, that we need to basically initiate the Prisma npx Prisma init. Let's go for that. And the file has been launched. That has given us this .env file where we have this database basically. Now in this .env file, Prisma already has given us this database URL, but we are gonna get rid of everything. And for this project specifically, I'm gonna be using a local database here basically. So for that, we have file dot slash dev.db. There you go. And the next thing that we need in this file is, I'm going to get rid of all of these comments. No need for that. And here I'm gonna, that is database. All right. And here we have auth secret. database there, and this one is going to use auth underscore secret, and that's going to be a custom value that we can generate by running open ssl rand dash base 6432. Run that. That's going to give you this whole string. Copy that and paste that inside this file here. We have database URL plus we have auth secret. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is we need to go to this Prisma folder, and we have this schema.prisma file. In here, first of all, we have prisma-client, and this is going to be lib generated Prisma. Keep it that way and change the provider from Postgres to SQLite. There you go. And then here we have auth.js core model, and we're gonna work on the authentication after we are done with the database. So here we have model. Let's go with user. Open that. We have ID, which is gonna be a string. Its identifier and default is going to be CUID, and there you go. We have name, string optional. We have email, string. It's supposed to be unique. Then we have email verified. Let's bring it here, here, and here. All right. This is going to be a date time. Then we have image. That's gonna be a string. And let me close this one. Next up, we have password hash. That's gonna be a string created at date time, and this is gonna be default and now, and make sure that these are aligned as well. Now here I'm gonna write updated at, that's going to be date time as well, that's gonna be updated at. After that, here I have, hold on, there you go. Here I have accounts, and I'm gonna go for account, an array of accounts, and of course we have not done that yet. And we have sessions, session, array of sessions, playlists, playlist, array of that. Then we have liked tracks. Here we go with liked track array, and we have saved albums, saved album, array of that. And then we have followed artists, followed artist array. All right, that's pretty much it for this one. Let me close this one here, and now we're gonna write model account. Open that. We have ID, and that ID is going to be a string, and of course it's going to be ID and default and CUID. Next up, we have user ID. That is going to be a string as well. Type, string, provider, string, provider account ID, string, refresh underscore token, string, and that's going to be optional. Access underscore token, string and optional. expires underscore at integer, and that's going to be optional. Token underscore type string optional. Scope is going to be a string here as well, optional. ID underscore token is a string and optional. And session underscore state is a string and optional. Then we have user add relation. It's going to take fields. We have user ID, and then references, that's going to be ID, and then on delete, that's going to be cascade. Next up here, I have unique, that's going to be provider. And next I have provider account ID. There you go. I'm going to come down here. Next model that I need, this account is done. We're going to need all of these. So let's work on the model session. Open that. And here we have ID, string, and there you go. I guess we are aligned with that. That's going to be ID and default CUID. We have session token. There you go. That's going to be a string, and also it's going to be unique. User ID is going to be a string. Expires is going to be a date time. We have user, and the user here, that's going to be a relation, which is going to be fields. We have user ID. Next up we have reference ID. Next up we have on delete cascade. There you go. Let's go for the next one, which is model verification token. Verification token. Hold on. Verification token. Yeah, just like that. Open that, and here we have identifier. That's going to be a string, and it's gonna be ID default CUID. Open that. Hold on, sorry. Doesn't need to be that. Identifier string. We go straight to token. That's going to be a string and also unique. Then we go for the expires. That's going to be a date time. And here we have unique. That's going to be identifier and token. I'm going to format everything and configure default format. Well, no. There you go. Save. And we need what? We need 1, 2, 3, 4 these things as well. So now these are going to be app specific models basically. So here we have model playlist. Open that. ID string. That's going to be ID and default and CUID. We have honor ID. That's going to be a string. We also have name string. We have description, which is going to be a string but optional. Then here we have cover URL string optional is public is going to be boolean, and default for this one is going to be false. Created at is going to be date time, and this one needs to go here. Nope, not like that. here, and this one is gonna be add default now. Then we have updated at, that's going to be date time, and it's gonna be add updated at. Here we have owner, that's going to be user, and actually let's write that here. And this is going to be add relation fields. We have owner ID, reference ID. We have on delete, that's going to be cascade. Actually, do you know what? I'm gonna bring it here, and this can go here for this one. Down here, it's gonna be tracks. That's going to be playlist track array of that. And here we have index. That's going to be owner ID. Let's go for the next one, which is this playlist track. So model playlist track, open that. Here we have ID, which is going to be a string, and ID here, and default here, CUID. There you go. We have playlist ID, string, position, integer, track ID, string, title is going to be string as well, artist is going to be string as well, artist ID is gonna be string but optional, album string optional. All right, we haven't made any spelling mistakes. That's what I'm checking real quick. All right, date time, there you go, everything seems good. And yeah, we have integer here and here. All right, so after the album here we have album ID, that's going to be string optional, duration seconds, that's going to be integer, cover URL, that's going to be string optional. Then we have audio URL, that's going to be string optional. Added at, that's going to be date time, add default now. Here we have playlist, that's going to be playlist. Relation for this one is going to be fields, playlist ID, reference ID, on delete, cascade. There, on delete, cascade. And here we have unique, that's going to be playlist ID and track ID. Also here we have index, that's going to be playlist ID. There you go. Save that. Let's go down. We need about 3 more models. So model liked track, there we go. We have ID, which is a string, of course, and that's going to be here, somewhere here, I guess. Yeah, here, ID and default CUID, and then we have user ID, string, there you go, track ID, string, title, string, artist, string, artist ID, string optional, album, string optional, album ID, string optional, duration, sec, that's going to be integer, basically pretty much what we have above, and cover URL, string, audio URL, string, liked at is going to be date, time, at default, now, user, relation, fields, user ID, reference, ID, on delete, cascade. We have unique, that's going to be user ID and track ID. And then here we have index, that's going to be user ID. Here we have model saved album. Open that. So we are gonna copy this thing from here, paste it over here. So we have ID, that is what we need. User ID also needed. Track ID not needed in this one. Title, yes. Artist not needed. Artist ID not needed. We need also album, not the album but the album ID actually. String, duration sec not needed. We also need cover URL, and we also need yeah, both of these are not needed here. And I'm gonna just put this above here. We have ID, user ID, album ID, title, and cover URL. So here, let's actually, we need artist here as well. Artist is going to be a string. We also need artist ID, which is going to be a string, optional. And in this one, this album ID is not optional. So artist ID. After that, here we have cover URL, which is optional. Both of these are. And then here we have saved at, that's going to be date, time, and default here is going to be now. And then here we have user, add relation, that's going to be fields, user ID, reference is going to be ID, and on delete it's going to be cascade. And then here we have unique, that's going to be user ID and album ID. And we also need index here, add index, that's going to be user ID. There you go. And we need one more, model followed artist. Open that. ID is going to be a string, ID default CUID. Open that. Let's get down, and here we have user ID, that's going to be a string. We also need artist ID in this one, which is also string. We need name, string. We need image URL, which is going to be a string but optional. We need followed at, that's going to be a date, time, and it's going to be at default now. And here we have user, we have relation here, fields, user ID, relation, hold on, reference ID, and then here we have on delete, it's going to be cascade. Unique, that's going to be user ID, artist ID. And here we have index, user ID. Save that. And I guess we are 100% done with this schema file. And yeah, we have no errors. Now the next thing that we need to do is I'm gonna open the console, and in here I'm gonna say npx prisma generate. Let's run the command and wait for it. That has been generated, and it's been generated in the lib and generated, and there we have all of our generated code from the Prisma. And then next I'm gonna go for npx prisma. Actually, hold on, before we do that I'm gonna go to our package.json file, and in here I'm gonna write a few scripts here. So first of all, this is going to be db generate. Hold on, yeah, db generate. That's going to be prisma generate. Then next one we have db push. That's gonna be prisma db push. And then we have db studio, which is going to be prisma studio. There you go. That's pretty much it. And now in here we're gonna say np. We can basically say both things here. We can either say npm run db push. Either we can say this, or we can say npx prisma db push, whatever is easier for you. Now I'm gonna go for this one, npx prisma db push, and we have this dev.db file here. Now what we need to do is we need to check this in the studio. So npx prisma studio, click on that. That should open a here. This is the link. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna paste this over here. Open that, and there you go. We have the account with all of the columns. We have followed artists, liked, playlist, playlist track, saved album, session, user, and verification token. Everything is there. So we basically have right now officially connected our Prisma database to our application. Now there's one more important file. I mean, the configuration of the database is done, but there's one more important file for the Prisma that we're gonna need in order to work with Prisma with the rest of our application, and that is going to be this singleton Prisma client file that we're gonna create. So let's go to the code editor. I'm gonna close this one. I'm gonna close this one, this one, this one, and everything actually. So here I'm gonna go to the lib folder and create a new file that is going to be prisma.ts. It's a small file. Basically, Prisma 7 requires a driver adapter. We use the better SQLite 3 here adapter for local development. The same client API works the same way when you swap to Postgres later. Of course, if you want to, only the adapter import changes are needed then. So here, let's go with this one. So I'm gonna go for import. Actually, let's try other way. We have Prisma client. There you go. That's not the one that I want. Prisma with a capital P, Prisma client from the generated. That is what I need. Then also I need Prisma better SQLite. There we go. And now here we go for declare global var underscore 2 times Prisma client. We have Prisma client or undefined. There you go. Here we're gonna go for function make client That's gonna return a Prisma client. Open that. We have const adapter is equal to new Prisma better SQLite 3. Open that. And in here we go for URL. Hold on, URL, which is going to be process.env.database underscore URL. If that exists, that's good. Otherwise, it's just simply is going to be file. Hold on, file prisma slash dev.db. There you go. And after that, here we're gonna return new Prisma client, which is gonna have adapter. There you go. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and here we need another export, which is const Prisma client. There you go. Equal to global this dot underscore 2 times Prisma client, the one that we created above, this one, Prisma client. If that is there, wonderful. Otherwise, we just go for make client. And there we go. Here we go for if process.env.node.env is not equal to production. We are going for global this dot Prisma client is equal to Prisma then. And that's pretty much it. Save everything and we are done officially with the Prisma installation and authentication, and sorry, not the authentication but the integration 100%. All right, since we already have completed our database integration, and now it's time for us to move on to the authentication. And for that, I'm gonna go to my code editor. I'm gonna close the server if that's running. Let me clear everything, and now npm install next-auth, add beta, and add auth slash prisma dash adapter and bcrypt.js, also zod. These are the things that we need. Let's go for them. Once we have all of these things installed, then there is another one that we need for the dev dependencies, and that is npm i-d add types slash bcrypt.js. Install that as well. Awesome. And now we're gonna need to create a few files. So I'm gonna close this one. I'm gonna collapse everything. And here there's gonna be a new file inside the types, new file. That's going to be next-auth.d.ts. There you go. This is basically for the module augmentation, so that the session.user.id is typed. Like by default, Next-Auth's default user shape doesn't include ID. So import, I'm gonna have Next-Auth. There you go, and import Next-Auth slash JWT. And here we have declare module next-auth. Open that, and here we have interface session. Open that. We have user. Open that. ID is going to be a string. Name, which is optional, gonna be a string or null. Then we have email, which is optional, string or null. Then we have image, which is optional, string or null. There you go. Next up, we have declare module next auth slash JWT. Open that, and that's going to be interface JWT. Open that. ID, that is optional, and it's a string. Save that, format everything, and after that, the next file that we need, that's gonna be inside the lib. We're gonna create a new folder here. We're gonna call it auth, and that's going to be config.ts file. So this is going to be Next-Auth config. Well, that's not bringing that way. Import type Next-Auth config from Next-Auth. There you go. We have also credentials. That's not bringing. So we're gonna say import credentials from Next-Auth slash providers slash credentials. Next up, we have import GitHub from next-auth slash providers slash GitHub. Next, we have import Google from next-auth slash providers slash Google. And here we're gonna say type provider is equal to non-nullable, and this is gonna be Next-Auth config. This is gonna be providers, yeah. And finally here it's going to be a number. Import is gonna be a Prisma adapter. Nope. Prisma adapter from auth slash Prisma adapter. There you go. Next up, we need import bcrypt. There you go. We need also z from Zod. And we also need import Prisma from lib Prisma. There you go. So these are all of the things that we need. And now in here, it's gonna be const credentials schema is equal to z.object. Open that, and this is going to be email, which is z.string.email. There you go. Then we have password z.string and dot min, which is 8. All right. Next up here we have function build providers. This is going to return a provider, array of providers basically. And this is going to be const list is equal to provider array of that and equal to this array. Open that. This is going to be credentials. I'm going to open that, and here we have credentials. Open that again. We have email, and in which we have label, which is email, and type is email here. Next we have password. That's going to be label password, and type is going to be password. Next up here we have async authorize raw, and open that. We have const parsed is equal to credentials schema. There you go. Dot safe parse, and we're gonna provide the raw to that here. Then we have if parsed dot success isn't there, then it's gonna return null. And after that, here we have const email password, that's gonna be equal to parsed dot data. Here we have const user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find unique, and open that. And in here, this is gonna be where, that's going to be email is email dot to lowercase. All right, now after this here, we're gonna go for if user is not there, or user dot password, hold on, user dot password hash is not there, then it's gonna return null. And here we are seeing this password hash error. Did you mean password hash? I guess we are doing something wrong. So let's go for model a user, and yeah, so again, spelling issue, password hash. This is what it should be. I'm gonna save that, and only saving is not going to work for this, so I'm gonna open this. It's going to be npx prisma generate. There you go. And also we're gonna need npx prisma db push. I mean, the issue is resolved, but we also need to make sure that our database is completely up to date as well. So npx prisma db, there you go, that hash is there. So when the user is not there, or the user password hash is not there, we're gonna return null. Then after that, const OK is equal to await bcrypt dot compare password with the user dot hash password hash. There you go. And then here we have if OK is not there, then we return null again. And finally, we are going for the return. That's going to be id user dot id. We have email, that's going to be user dot email. Then we have name, user dot name, image, user dot image. And that's pretty much it for this. Let me format everything and save everything. Now after this list here, we're gonna go here, and it's gonna be if process dot env dot auth underscore github underscore id. This is what we're gonna add in our .env file later. And process dot env dot auth underscore github underscore secret. When these are there, then we list dot push, we go for the github. And similarly, I'm gonna use this one. This is gonna be auth underscore google underscore id, and this is gonna be auth underscore google underscore secret, and this is gonna change to google. All right, now here we have return list. Finally, we format it and get out of this one, and we have export const auth config. This is gonna be next-auth config. Open that, and here this is gonna be adapter, prisma adapter, and we add prisma there. Then we have session, and we are gonna use strategy jwt And then here we have pages, which is going to be sign in. That's going to be a / login page, which of course we haven't created yet. And then we have providers. That's going to be build providers. And we have callbacks. That's going to be this object here, and in which we're going to say async jwt, and this is going to be token and user. Open that. If user is there, then we're going to go for token.id is equal to user.id, and here we return token. This here needs to be a comma instead of colon, and after here, after the callbacks here, I'm gonna write logger. That's going to be this, where we have error. Open that. Const name is equal to error. If that exists, then dot name of the error here. If name is equal to jwt session error, or name is equal to session token error, then we return console.error. This is gonna be a auth, and this is going to be error. There you go. And after that, here we have warn code and console.warn, and here we have auth, and this is gonna be code. And here after that, here we have debug basically, and that debug for now it's just silenced. If there's any debugging required, that's where you can do that. So I'm gonna save that, format everything, and we are officially done with this file as well. All right, I'm gonna close this file, and in the auth here I'm gonna create a new file, which is going to be index.ts. And this file basically re-exports the auth.js helpers, that those are built from auth config, and import from here, not directly from the Next-Auth basically, so that everything in the app shares a single Next-Auth instance. So import Next-Auth from Next-Auth, and also type session from Next-Auth. Put some spaces here. And now here, next thing that I need is auth config, the one file that we just created. And then here we have export const handlers auth sign in sign out is equal to next auth, and here we have auth config. There you go. And here we have export async function save auth. This is gonna export a promise, return a promise session or null, and here it's gonna be try and catch. In the try, it's gonna return await auth. There you go. And in the catch, if process.env.node.env is not equal to production, it's gonna be console.warn, and it's going to be save auth session read failed treating as anonymous. There you go. And here actually we need another one, which is error that we can bring here. There you go. ERR, and after that here we have return null. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and we're done with this file as well. Next one, I'm gonna close this one and I'm gonna go to our app API, and in here I'm gonna create a new folder that's gonna be auth, and in here there's going to be a new folder again, and that's going to be these two square brackets dot 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 next auth. This is a required folder by Next-Auth. So here in this one we're going to create a new file, route.ts, and in here it's going to be import handlers from our auth that we just created earlier, and export const get and post equal to handlers. There you go. These are just the two lines that we need, and yeah, we're done with this file as well. I'm gonna close this file, and next I'm gonna need a new file in the root that is going to be a proxy.ts file. And this used to be a middleware.ts, but in the next 16 this became proxy.ts. And let's import next response from next server. We need also import type next request. That's gonna be like this. Come on. Yeah. And next we need auth from our auth. All right, now here we have const auth underscore cookie underscore patron is equal to this long string that I am giving. Basically this is just a regex, and I didn't want to type that in the video, so there you go. You have that. You can copy that from the GitHub repo that you already have in the video description. Underneath that we have a function that's going to be has auth session cookie. It's gonna be a request, so next request is gonna return a boolean, and that's gonna be return request dot cookies dot get all dot sum and single cookie here, and we have auth cookie patron dot test c dot name here. There you go. Now here we have export default async function. That's gonna be proxy request next request. It's gonna return a promise next response, and that's gonna be if has session cookie, if does not has, and here we go for the request here. Then in that case it's gonna return next response dot next, and after that here we have try and catch block. In the try I'm gonna say await auth return next response dot next, and in the catch this is gonna be const cookie header is equal to request dot headers dot get cookie. If that's there, that's wonderful, otherwise just an empty string. Const cleaned cookie header is equal to cookie header dot split, and this is gonna say slash, then colon, then forward slash, then s, then asterisk, and then slash once again. This is the regex that we need here, and then dot filter segment, open that, and there you go. Now in here we're gonna go for if segment is not there, then it's gonna return false. Const name is equal to segment dot split and equal sign here, and we have a 0 question mark dot trim. When that's there, good, otherwise just an empty string. And return auth cookie patron false dot test name. There you go. And that all needs to go for join in here with a colon, and we are done with this little block here. After this here we have try and catch, and now after the join here I'm gonna go for const forwarded headers is equal to new headers request dot headers. There you go. If cleaned cookie, okay, that's being closed there and there. If cleaned cookie, it's bookie header I wrote. Okay, sorry, my bad. Cleaned cookie header. If cleaned cookie header is there, then it's going to be forwarded headers dot set cookie, and the second argument here is going to be cleaned cookie header. Else it's going to be forwarded header dot delete cookie. There you go. And here we're going to say const response is equal to next response dot next request headers is going to be forwarded headers. There you go. And we get out of that, and here we have for const cookie of request dot cookies dot get all, and this is going to be if auth cookie patron is there when dot test, hold on, dot test dot the dot test, and here we have cookie dot name, open that, response dot cookies dot delete cookie dot name. There you go. And 1 2, and in here it's going to be return response. And we have completed this promise function as well. I'm gonna save everything, formatting everything, and now in here I'm gonna need export const config is equal to this file, and this file is gonna basically hold matcher, and this matcher is gonna display, this matcher basically is where we can either allow something or we skip something from the proxy, from the app. We don't want the proxy to run on our JavaScript files, on the CSS files, on AVIF, WebP, SVG, GIF, PNG, JPG images, maybe, or maybe on the XML files, on favicon, on all sorts of images. and static files and that sorts of stuff. And so for that reason, we're gonna need to tell the matchers to the proxy that do not run on these things and just skip him. And for that, we're gonna need this string. I'm gonna paste that here. That's the string basically. We are eliminating our API auth, then also the images, favicon, robots.txt file, sitemap.xml file, and we have all the JPGs, GIF, SVG, WebP, VIF, all these CSS, JS files, and .map files as well. Basically, we are telling that these are the files that we want to skip, right? So that's just a string with regex all in it. You can just grab that from the repo that I have attached, and we are ready to move on. And all right, I'm gonna save this file and I'm gonna close this one, and the next file that we need, that's gonna be components. Here I have a folder called auth, and here create the file that's gonna be session provider.tsx. It's gonna be a client component, and we have session provider from Next-Auth React, as well as, actually we're gonna say session provider as Next-Auth session provider. There you go. Let's go here, import type. That's actually a type session, and this is going to be coming from Next-Auth. There you go. We also need import type. That's going to be React node from React. There you go. And we have interface props. Open that. This is going to be session. It's going to be either session or null. Then we have children, which is going to be React node. There you go. Now I'm going to go for export function session provider. This is going to be session and children, and this is going to be props, and we are returning Next-Auth session provider like that. And we have children in here, and this is gonna take a session, which is session, and this is also gonna take refetch on window focus, and that's gonna be false. I'm gonna save that, formatting everything, saving everything, and we are done with this file. And right now there's only one file that we need to work on before we officially get started working on our sign in and sign up pages. We need some prerequisites in place before we do that. So let's get started working on that final file. That's gonna be lib. Then we have here, yeah, that folder we haven't created it yet. Actions. And then inside actions, there's going to be a new file, auth.ts. I'm going to import z from Zod. Then I'm going to get bcrypt. And then I'm going to need import Prisma from /lib/Prisma. There you go. We have import sign in from, and this needs to be wrapped inside the curly braces. Sign in from /lib/auth, and we are ready to move on. Const register schema is equal to z.object, and this is gonna be name z.string dot trim dot minimum 1 character and dot max 60 characters. Then we have email, which is going to be z dot string dot email dot transform. That's going to take v dot to lowercase. There you go. And then we have password, which is going to be z dot string dot minimum 8 characters and dot max 72 characters. All right, here we have export type register result is equal to either this okay true, or we have this that okay false and error string, and this closes here. Next we have export async function register user input unknown. This is gonna be a promise. Register result, open that, we have const parsed is equal to register schema dot save parse, and it's gonna take the input. Then we have if parsed dot success is not true, then we return okay false. Error is gonna be parsed dot error, hold on, parsed dot error dot issues, and we're gonna display the first one from there dot message, if that is there, of course. Otherwise, if we can find the issue, then we display that. Otherwise, it's just gonna say invalid input. And we get out of this, and we have const name email password is equal to parsed dot data. There you go. Now here we have const existing is equal to await Prisma dot user dot find unique. That's gonna be where email. If existing is there, then we're gonna return okay false. Error is going to be an account with the email already exists. Then we get out of here, and we have const password hash is equal to await dot bcrypt, await bcrypt dot hash. That's gonna take a password and 12 here. Await prisma dot user dot create. This is gonna be data, and that's gonna be name email password hash. There you go. And from here we return okay true. We're almost done with this, and I just realized we have a missing e here, register user, and we don't need parse, that got imported mistakenly here. Sign in, and let's move on to the next one. That is export async function login with credentials. That's gonna take a form data, which is gonna be a form data, and it's gonna return a promise which is void, So we have await sign in. That's gonna take credentials, and another object which is gonna be email is gonna form data dot get email. Then we have password. That's gonna be form data dot get password. And then we have redirected to, that's gonna be the root. Let me format everything, and then after that here we're gonna need export async function login with provider. That's gonna take a provider which is gonna be either GitHub or Google, and promise void here, open that, and here we have await sign in provider. Then we have redirected to root. I'm gonna open up the console, and in here I'm gonna go for npx prisma generate one more time. All right, we need to fix this data. And actually, let me take a look at the Prisma file. So prisma.schema, yeah, schema.prisma file. And okay, so for the user, we have the name, which is optional, email, and yeah, there you go. The image is basically required here. That needs to be optional. I'm gonna save that, open that here, run npx prisma generate one more time, and that should fix the issue. And indeed it did. Awesome. All right, so I'm gonna close this file now, and I'm gonna go to my app folder. There I'm gonna create a new folder. Within the parentheses, that's gonna be auth, and then in there there's going to be a new folder called register, and a new folder here as well, login. And now inside the register, I'm gonna create a new file that's going to be page.tsx. So rfc, there you go. And this is gonna be register page. I'm gonna save everything. Let's go to our browser. I'm gonna go here, close this one, and let me do npm run dev. Let me go here, refresh, and if I can just go to slash register, this is a register page, and let's style everything in here. Let's go back. So first of all, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna have a import type meta data from next. There you go. And it should be metadata. All right. Next we have link from next link, and next we have from UI from our styles. And here I'm gonna say export const metadata is going to be metadata. Hold on, and equal to this, and in here we have title, which is sign up, and we have a description, which is going to be create a free Spotify clone account. If I go there, I see nothing. I mean the default one. If I save this one, go here, and there you go. Sign up Spotify clone. This is sign up, and there you go. All right, next up, what I'm gonna do is we have title in the description. Next one, I'm gonna go here. We have export default function, and in the return, I'm gonna go for a header. That header is going to have some class names like flex call. There you go. We have gap of 2, and then we have text dash center, and on small screen sizes text dash left. Inside the header there's going to be a p tag that's going to say join free, and class name is going to be text dash access, font semi bold, uppercase. Then we have tracking, which is going to be 0.18 em. Then we have text Spotify green bright, and we're good to go. After that, here we have an h1 that's gonna say create your Spotify account. Class name, which is going to be text-3xl. Then we have font black. Next here I'm gonna say tracking tight and text white, and on small screen sizes text 4xl. All right, after the h1 here I have a p tag. It only takes a moment. No credit card, no upgrades, just music. And this is gonna have some classes. So class name is going to be text dash small. Then we have text dash subdued. And saving it, let's go here, and this is how it looks for now. Then after this header, there's going to be a basically component which we have not created yet. We will do that soon. So this is gonna say, let's create a p tag here. That's gonna say auth buttons. There you go. And since now we have this issue here, basically this whole thing needs to be placed inside an empty fragment. Saving it here. And now after this p here, I'm gonna create a div, and I'm gonna give it some classes, and also I'm gonna give it a role, which is a separator. There you go. And class name is going to be flex, items center, gap of 3, text dash 11 pixels. We have font semi bold, we have uppercase. Tracking is going to be 0.18 em. Then we have text dash subdued, and the div has a span tag. There you go, a self-closing span tag. Class name is going to be UI.auth divided line, and then after that here we have or sign up with email. That's gonna have another span tag. Actually, I'm gonna copy that, paste that over here, just the same thing, and let me format everything, save everything. Now after this div here, I'm gonna have another component here, which is gonna be register form, and we have not done that yet. After that, here we have another p tag that's gonna have some classes. So we have text dash center, and after that we have text dash small, and we have text dash subdued, and this is gonna say already have an account, and we need a space here. And now after that we're gonna have a link, not like that, but there you go. And link is gonna have an href, which is gonna take to the login page. There are going to be some class names like font dash semi bold, text dash white, underline offset 4, and then we have also transition. On hover it's going to be text Spotify green bright, and on hover it's going to be underline. And now in here, the link itself is gonna say log in. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and let's go and take a look. So this is our register page. Of course, this is not how it's supposed to look. And for that, I'm gonna need to make some changes to the layout specifically for this auth pages. I'm gonna close this one and I'm gonna go here inside the auth. I'm gonna create a new file and name it layout.tsx. So here we have link from NextLink. We have type React node. We have music 2, headphones. We also need library. We need arrow left. And then we need Spotify logo that we have created. Const brand underscore features is equal to this array where we have this object icon music 2 title stream millions of tracks. Then here we have body real catalog powered by the Deezer API. Then here I'm gonna duplicate it. There you go. And this changes to headphones and this changes to library. This changes to pixel perfect player, and the text is going to be updated to HTML5 audio seek repeat shuffle and volume. And here this changes to make it yours, and the body changes to build playlists like songs follow artists. And we're done with this one. Let me format, and there you go. Actually, yeah, as const. There you go. Export default function auth layout. That's gonna take children. This is gonna be children React node, and we open that. Let me bring it up. I'm gonna go for return here, and in there we have a div. I'm gonna go for class name relative flex min height screen, and then here we have flex call bg black text white, and large screen size is gonna be flex dash row. And in here, first of all, we're gonna have something for mobile and tablet only. That's gonna be this header where we have these class names flex items center. We have justify between border bottom, and we have border white slash 5. Then we have px5, we have py4, and on large screen size it's gonna be hidden. And in here we have link, that's gonna be href slash, and then here we have area label, that's going to be back to home. Then class names inline dash flex. I also have items dash center. There you go, cap of 2, rounded dash full bg white slash 5, px-3 py-1.5. all right, and now in here I have text-small font-medium. Hold on, why am I not getting any? Let me format everything. All right, now here text-small and font-medium, text-subdued, transition. On hover it's going to be bg-white/10. On hover it's going to be text-white. We also are gonna now open that, and in here we have arrow left, and it's gonna take size of 16. Now this is not going to be displayed here on the desktop. We need to change the layout to mobile, as that is what we're designing right now. There you can see we have this arrow. Let's go back. So after this link here, we have this span, which is self-closing, and this is going to be class name is going to be width dash 64 pixels and area hidden. And that's pretty much it. Let me format, and there you go. This is all. Yeah, we are on the home page. If you go there and click on, actually, yeah, there's no way for us to go to the, because we haven't created the header part for the authentication. So if I can just go to the register, there you go, we have this button. Now after this header here, I'm gonna go for the brand panel, and that's gonna be for the desktop screen sizes. Let me bring it down, and there you go. Here we have a side which is gonna have area hidden, and class name is going to be relative hidden. Then we have overflow hidden, large screen size, it's gonna be flex, large screen size, width dash 1/2, and on Excel screen sizes this is gonna be width dash 44%. I'm gonna open that aside, and in here we have this div class name absolute. We have inset 0, bg linear to br. Then we have from Spotify green bright, and via Spotify green dim, and it's gonna go to black. I'm gonna open that div. Actually, this div needs to be self-closing div. Let me format everything, and now let's go here, check. This is what we have, and I'm gonna go here. After this div, there's going to be another div. I'm gonna come down, div self-closing, pointer class name, pointer events, pointer dash events dash none. Then we have absolute, then we have dash left dash 32, that's for the minus. Then we have top dash 1/2 1/3 here basically. Then we have height dash 96, and it's gonna be rounded full, and bg dash Spotify green bright /40, and then we have blur 3xl. Save it, let's go there. This is a kind of effect that we created. I'm gonna come down here, and I'm gonna create another div here that's gonna have some class names, pointer dash events dash none absolute, and this one is gonna be minus bottom dash 24 and minus right dash 24 as well, height dash 112, There you go, height dash 112 and width dash MD, and we have rounded dash full and BG dash black slash 60 and blur 3XL. I'm gonna save it. Let's go here. Yeah, that's the effect further that we have implemented there. I'm gonna, all right, now after this div here, we need a div here that is also self-closing. There are a lot of basically styles going on, and once I'm done with it, you're gonna love it. So here we have class name, we have noise, pointer dash events dash none, absolute, inset 0, opacity 40. And of course, there's this little daughter thing that you can notice now. See? Little dots, like a grain overlay. Let's go down here and I'm gonna create a div. I'm gonna give it some class names like relative z-10. We have flex width dash full, flex dash call, and justify between p-12, and we also have on Excel screen sizes p-16. I'm gonna open that div and bring it down a little. Open that, and here we have first of all a link. I'm gonna give it an href that's gonna be coming to the root area. Label for this one is gonna be Spotify clone home. I'm gonna give it some class names as well, like group inline dash flex. There you go. And items dash center. We need cap dash 3, text dash white, and transition we have on hover. Opacity is going to be 95. There you go. And this div is gonna, this link is gonna have a Spotify logo, just like that, and it's gonna say size 48, and class names are going to be text dash white. Then we have drop shadow is gonna be custom value 0 underscore 4 pixel underscore 16 pixel underscore, and we have RGBA, and that's gonna be 0 0 0 0.25, and that's gonna be transition transform. Here we have group hover scale 105, and here we have span. I'm gonna give it a class name text dash 2XL. We have font dash black. Tracking is gonna be tight, and we have text dash white. Open that span, and that's gonna say Spotify. Then we have another span inside that's gonna say clone, and this is gonna be class name text dash white slash 80. And I'm gonna save everything, formatting everything. Let's go to our browser, and there you go. This is our logo here, and we eventually are gonna get rid of the player bar as well as the sidebar from the register page. So just keep building the layout.tsx file for now. I'm gonna scroll it higher. So after the link here, I'm gonna create a div, give it some class name like max-width-md, and open that div. And here we have h2. I'm gonna give it some class names text-4xl, font dash black, and leading is gonna be tight. All right. Also tracking tight, and text dash white, and on Excel text dash 5XL. And here it's gonna say listening is everything. After the h2 here, we're gonna have a p tag. Give it some class names, margin top dash 3. We have text dash base. We have text dash white slash 80. And that p tag is gonna say sign into stream real music, build playlists, and pick up right where you left off. I'm gonna format it, save it, and let's go here. There you go. Listening is everything. Now after the p tag here, I'm gonna have a ul. Give it some class name like margin top dash 10, and we have space y5. Right, open that, and here we have brand features dot map, and that's gonna be one single. Here icon is gonna be an icon, and title and body. Open that. There you go. And this is gonna be a single li like that. And we have a key which is gonna be title in this case. Also class name, that's gonna be flex. Then we have h-10, width dash 10, and we have shrink 0, items dash center. We also need justify center, rounded full, bg black slash 30. We need ring 1, and we need ring white slash 15, and backdrop blur. Backdrop dash blur. There you go. Open that li, and this is gonna have an icon which is gonna be size 18, and class name is gonna be text dash white. Let me check if we see anything on the screen. So let's go there, and yes, we do. These are the icons. Let's go here, and that's gonna, after the icon, actually we need to make a few adjustments here. That is gonna be that here it's gonna be a span tag. Open that. The icon needs to go there, and all of these classes needs to be removed from here into this span. And this li needs to have flex items dash start. There you go. And gap of 4. I guess we're good now. So now after this span here, we're gonna have a div. Open that. We have a p tag. Give it class name like text dash small, font dash semi bold, text dash white, and it's gonna be a title. And then here we have another p tag, class name text dash small, text dash white slash 70, and here it's gonna be body. Save that, and I'm gonna come here, and there you go. We have both the titles and the text, and looking great with the icons. Wonderful. Now we have this ul, and then we have this div. Get down after this div here, and we need a p tag here. I'm gonna give it some class name like text dash access, and font medium, and text white slash 60, and this is gonna say a teaching project built with Next.js 16 ampersand amp, or you can simply say this auth.js. There you go. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and we go here. There you go. Here we have our credits as well. All right, I'm gonna go to the code editor, and now after the aside here, I'm gonna create a section I'm gonna give it some class names like relative, flex, flex1, and flex call. Open that section, and here we have link. I'm gonna give it an href. That's going to be root. Then class name, that's gonna be absolute. Then we have right dash 6. Hold on. Right 6 and top 6 and Z10. We have hidden. It's gonna be item center, gap 2, rounded full, and border, then border white /10 bg white /5 px 3 py 1.5 text dash small and font medium. Then we have text dash subdued. We have transition. On hover, it's gonna be border dash white /20, and on hover again it's gonna be bg dash white /10, slightly darker. And then we have on hover text is gonna be white completely, and on large screen sizes it's gonna be inline dash flex. I'm gonna open that link now, and here we have arrow left, and this is gonna be size 14, and I'm gonna say back to home. Save, formatting everything, saving everything. Let's go here, and there you go. This is our back to home button. Next up, I'm gonna go after the link here, and we have a main area in which we have class name flex dash 1 items dash center, justify center, px5 py10, on small screen sizes px8, and small screen sizes py14. Large screen sizes it's gonna be py16. And inside the main I have this div. There you go. And that's gonna be class name flex width dash full max dash width dash md. There you go. And we have flex call and gap of 7. And this is gonna be children. Formatting everything, saving everything. Now after the main here, we have a footer. I'm gonna give it some class names like px-5, pb-6, text-center, text-xs, text-subdued, and small screen sizes px8. And here I'm gonna open that by continuing you agree to our, and I'm gonna put a space here, span. This is gonna be terms, and another span here, privacy policy. And this span needs to say class name text dash white /at, and the same goes here under for this one as well. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and let's go take a look. There you go. We have our auth buttons, we have our register form, and we have this area here, and this is the terms and conditions and privacy policy disclaimer as well. And of course, we need to build auth buttons and register form because that's not ready yet. And we need to make sure that this page is full screen and there's no audio player bar on the login and register screens. Now here I'm gonna go to layout.tsx in the app directory, and in there I'm gonna need a couple of things. First of all, it's gonna be session provider. There you go. not this session provider though, it's going to be import session provider. There you go, from our session provider. Then the second thing is going to be save auth from our auth. And I'm gonna go to the bottom, and here I'm gonna say, before the return here, I'm gonna say const session is equal to await save auth. And now of course we need to change this to async function. And then here it's gonna say, actually no, that's for later. So const session is gonna be save auth, and then we need to use that. So for that is gonna be here session provider, and that's gonna come here, and it's gonna take a session which is gonna be session from above from here. All right, so I'm gonna format everything. Let's go to the browser here, and you would still not notice anything, but that is important because the session provider is required here in order to make sure that our login and register functionality works. Now the second thing here that we need to do is, let's go to our code editor, and I'm gonna go to the app shell.tsx file, and in here we're not going to display any of this stuff. Instead, what I'm gonna do is, here on the top, I'm gonna say, not here but here, const auth underscore roots is equal to new set, and that's going to be slash login comma slash register. There you go. And then I'm going to copy that, and that is needed here. So under here above the return, I'm going to say if auth roots dot has path name. There you go. Then in that case, I'm going to return this. So once we are on the login page or on the register page, then we're going to return this. Otherwise, it's going to return this. So let's say I'm going to say div hello. Let's say, for example, this one. If I go here, you only see hello. So that's what we're doing here. So return is going to be an empty fragment here. And in that, there's going to be, first of all, children. Then we have toast viewport. And then after that, here we have audio. Basically, this same thing. I'm going to copy that and put that here in the audio. We have audio reference. Let me check. Yes, that's up there. And we have place inline, hidden, and set to true. Awesome. Saving everything. And now if we go there, there you go. This is our register page, and we have our nice looking sidebar and nice looking right side, where basically we still need to build our auth buttons and register form, which we will do next. All right, now let's create this component or auth buttons, and for that I'm going to go to the code editor. I'm going to close everything, maybe not this auth layout. Actually, yeah, let's keep that open, layout.tsx. And I'm going to go to components, auth. I'm going to create a new file that's going to be all auth buttons.tsx. And here we have use client. Then it's going to import use effect from React, and also use state from React. Then we have sign in coming from our Next-Auth React. And here I'm gonna go for interface provider availability, and it's gonna be GitHub, Boolean, and Google, it's gonna be Boolean as well. Then here we have export function, all auth buttons, and I'm gonna open that, and it needs to be Boolean. And now in here, there's going to be const available and set available equal to use state. That's gonna be provider availability or null. There you go. And here we have, I'm gonna go for use effect. Open that, and this is gonna be fetch slash API slash auth slash providers and an object here, which is, hold on, which is gonna take a cache to no store. There you go. Then on that, I'm gonna use dot. Then there we have our response.json. And then on that, we're gonna use then once again JSON, and that JSON is gonna be inside here. So we're gonna use set available. I'm gonna open that, and this is gonna be GitHub Boolean, and that's gonna be JSON. If that exists, then dot GitHub on that. And we have Google. It's gonna be Boolean JSON. If that exists, then Google on that. I'm gonna format everything. And now here, I'm gonna go for dot catch. That's going to be set available. We have GitHub false and Google false. And that's pretty much it. Let me format everything. And as a second argument here for this use effect, I'm gonna go give it an empty array. Now after that here, if available isn't there, then we're gonna return this. We have div. I'm gonna give it a class name flex call cap dash 2.5, and this is gonna be area hidden. Inside this div here, I'm gonna go for another div, and here another div. So there's going to be class name height dash 11 animate pulse rounded full and bg white slash 5. Then here on the second div, class name height dash 11 animate pulse. Basically, hold on, same thing. I'm gonna copy this and paste this over here. Now after this if here, I'm gonna come down and I'm gonna say if available dot github isn't there, I mean GitHub is not available, and available dot github available dot Google is also not available, then we're gonna return this. And open this. I'm gonna create a div, gonna give it a class name, which is gonna be rounded dash lg. We have border, white slash 10. Then we have bg dash white slash 3 node 30, and px dash 3.5 py 3 text dash xs leading relaxed text dash subdued. And here we have span. I'm gonna give it a class name of font dash semi bold, and also text dash white. Now this span itself is gonna say all auth providers aren't configured. There you go. Let me format everything, and there you go. So after the span here, I'm gonna say set, and of course before that we need a space, so I'm gonna give that space here. And then after the set we need another space. I'm gonna give that here, and here it's gonna be code. I'm gonna say class name is going to be rounded bg black /60 px-1.5 py 0.5, and then we have font mono, we have text, that's gonna be custom value of 11 pixels, and we have text dash white. There you go. Now open inside this code, I'm gonna say auth underscore github underscore id, and after the code I'm gonna give it one more space here, and I'm gonna say a slash, then one more space here, and we are adding the spaces this way because if we save it, then it's gonna uh, remove those spaces and browser will not show that, so that's why we're doing it this way. Now I'm gonna need this code, I'm gonna paste it over here, and this is gonna be, first of all, this needs to be rounded. There you go. And instead of GitHub, it's gonna say Google. And now after the code here, I'm gonna give it one more space, come down, I'm gonna say, or you can be in the same line, in, and this is another space, and we need that code once again here. I'm gonna put that there, and this is gonna be .env. So once I display this, if I go here, hang on a second, that's probably, yeah, that's not the page where we wanna display that. That's gonna go, hold on, auth buttons, not here, and that's gonna be here on the page.tsx. So I'm gonna auth buttons, and there you go. Let's go and take a look at the browser, and there we go. And we have this error here that I would like to fix it. Let's go to here, and I'm gonna change that to these curly braces. There you go, it's fixed. So now I'm gonna refresh this page, and that's asking for that, and we will set that in a minute. Let's keep writing the code, and here after this code, I'm gonna put another space, and I'm gonna say to enable them, email plus password works either way. Save it. Let's go here, and this is the whole message that we wanna display. Awesome. All right. Now here after this if, we're gonna go for a return. I'm gonna open that. Here we have a div. That's gonna be class name flex dash call gap 2.5, and here it's going to be available dot github. If that is there, then it's gonna, now here we are gonna display provider button. That is going to be a component which we have not created yet. That's gonna be the component in the same file here. Actually, let's do that first. So here we have function, that's gonna be a provider button, and there you go. And of course we need some props for this, and for those we need some types. So I'm gonna go interface provider button props, open that. Here we have provider is gonna be either GitHub or Google. Then we have label, which is going to be a string. Then we have icon, which is gonna be react dot React node. There you go. And now we need to use them here. So we have provider, label, and icon. And these all are gonna be a type of provider button props. There you go. Label and label. There you go. Now here we are gonna return inside the return we have a button, we have a type button. On click is going to be here. On click is gonna be sign in, and that's gonna take a provider. And here we're gonna go for callback URL. That's gonna be slash. Here I'm gonna go for a class name. That's going to be group, inline dash flex, width dash full, items dash center, justify center, gap 3, rounded full, border white slash 10, bg dash white slash 4. Then we have px 4, py 3, text small, font dash semi bold, text dash white, transition on how it's going to be border dash white slash 25. Next we have on how it's going to be bg dash white slash 8. On focus it's going to be outline none, and focus visible it's going to be ring dash 2. Focus visible again it's going to be ring white slash 40. We go inside the button finally, and here we have a span. I'm gonna give it some classes like inline dash flex, height dash 5, width dash 5. There you go. And we have items center, justify center, and we're gonna display icon here. And then after that span it's gonna be label. Let me format everything and save everything. Now after this function here, I'm gonna go for another function, GitHub mark, and this is gonna return an SVG, which I'm just gonna paste here. There you go. And that SVG you can copy from the repo, or that can be found from online SVGs. So yeah, no big deal with that. Next up, we need a function Google mark. Here we have return, and inside that here we have this SVG. And I'm gonna format everything, and there you go. And now we need to wire this one, and this one here properly. Let's add all the required props here. So that's gonna be provider, which is gonna be GitHub in this case, and label. There you go. That's going to be continue with GitHub. And then we have icon, which is going to be, hold on, GitHub mark, and we're done with this one. And next one, we need one for the Google. So available dot Google, then we go for Google here and continue with Google and Google mark. There you go. Formatting everything and saving everything. And now if we go here, of course we're not going to see that, as we need to put these values into our .env file. So let's do that. I'm going to open .env file here, And we need two things here. First of all, there's going to be auth GitHub ID. There you go. And auth Google ID for the Google. So actually, I'm gonna bring Google up here. Google and GitHub. Of course, we're gonna need the secrets as well. So auth Google secret and auth Google secret, auth GitHub secret here as well. So you're supposed to go here, github.com, and of course, let me give you the link, github.com/settings/developers after you're logged in, and that's where you're gonna get your GitHub ID and the secret from. All right. And for the Google, you're gonna go to console.cloud.google.com, and that's where you're gonna create a project and auth client, and that's where you're gonna get Google ID and the Google secret. So for now, I'm just gonna put mine in here. So there's my Google ID, and here's my Google secret. Now for the GitHub ID, there you go. And for the secret, here I'm gonna paste my GitHub secret as well. So I have all of these. Now we need to make sure that, it did in fact, reload env. There you go. Now we can close this one. And if we go here and I'm gonna refresh, there you go. We have our continue with Google, the GitHub, and continue with Google. Fantastic. Let's go back here. And that auth buttons component is done. Now the next file that we need, that is gonna be, of course, the register form here. But in order to create that component, we're gonna need create a few other components in a single file. So let's create that file first. I'm gonna close this one and keep these two open. Components. Then we have auth, and in here, this is gonna be auth fields.tsx. It's gonna be a use client, a client component. We have use memo from React, also use state from React, and type React node from React. Then we have alert circle from Lucid React, also I from Lucid React, and also I off from Lucid React. Then we need UI, and we also need CN. There you go. Now here, first of all, we're gonna create a field. So interface auth form field props, open that. ID, it's gonna be a string. Label is gonna be a string. Type is optional, and it's going to be either text or email or password. Then we have value, which is going to be a string. On change, that's going to be a function which is going to take a value which is going to be a string, and it's not going to return anything. Placeholder is going to be a string and optional. Icon is React node. Then we have auto complete, optional and string. We have minimum length, optional and string. Sorry, minimum length needs to be number. Doesn't make sense for the string here though. So max length is going to be a number as well. And we have hint, which is going to be a React node. And we have a described by, which is going to be a string. I'm going to scroll higher, and here we have export function auth form field, and this is gonna go for ID. Label type is going to be text by default. Value on change, placeholder, and actually hold on, we have icon, and then here we missed one thing. In after the icon here, we're gonna need required. That's going to be a boolean. There you go. So icon required, then we need auto complete, minimum length and max length, and we need hint and described by, and all of these are going to be auth form field props. And let's open that. We have minimum. There you go. This is the benefit of TypeScript, that I get to see the mistakes that I made and fixing them along the way. Well, not always, but anyway, we have const here is password is equal to type is when that type is equal to password. And we have const show password set show password, that's going to be equal to use state, and initially that's going to be false. Here we have return, and in there we have this div that's going to take class names like flex dash call and gap dash 2. In here I'm gonna go for a label, and HTML4 here is going to be ID, and then here we have class name, which is going to be UI.auth label. Inside there I'm gonna go for the label itself, and then after the label here we have another div. I'm gonna give it class name, group, and relative. Open that div, and here we have a span. I'm gonna give it a class name, which is going to be UI.auth input icon, and this is also gonna be area hidden, and inside the span there we have our icon. After the span here, I'm gonna create an input that's gonna take ID, which is going to be ID type. That's gonna be if the type is password, then we're gonna show password text, otherwise just type here. Then after that, here it's gonna be name, which is going to be the ID. Once again, we need required, then we need autocomplete, then we need minimum length, m- max length, we also need placeholder, value, and on change it's going to be event, and on change is going to be e dot target dot value, and then it's going to be area described by. There you go. This is going to be described by, and then we need class name, and that's going to be cn UI.auth input is password. When this is a password, I'm going to go for PR-12, otherwise it's going to be PR-4. And that's pretty much it for this one. So after the input, we need is password. Then we're gonna showcase this, which is a button. Type is going to be button, and on click is gonna be set show password, and it's gonna take a v, basically a version of that, and then it's gonna reverse that version. Simple. After that, here it's gonna take area label, which is gonna be if show password is there, it's gonna be hide password. Otherwise, it's gonna say show password. After that, area pressed, this is gonna be show password. Then on the class name, this is gonna be UI.auth password toggle. And inside the button, this is gonna say if show password is there, then it's gonna be I off. Otherwise, it's gonna be I. And I off is gonna have size 18, and I is gonna have size 18. And that's pretty much it. And here we have this div ending, and after this ending div, we're gonna display hint here as well. And with that, we are officially done with this return. Let's go down here, and here we have error panel. So export function auth error panel, it's gonna take a message, which is going to be message string. There you go, and open that. Here we have return, in which we have a div. Role is going to be alert, and class name is going to be UI.auth error. Open that, and here we have alert circle, and this is gonna be size 16. Class name is going to be margin top dash 0.5, shrink 0, and area hidden. And then after that, here we have a span, which is gonna display the message. After that, here we have submit button. For that, we need interface auth submit button props. Open that. This is gonna be pending boolean, and it's gonna be pending label string and children React node. There you go. Scroll a bit higher, and this is gonna be export function auth submit button. And here we need a few things like pending label, and children. And this is gonna be auth submit props. Open that function. This is gonna return a button where we have type submit for this, and disabled on pending. And we have class name, which is going to be UI.auth submit. Open that button, and here we have when pending, we're gonna say pending label. There you go. Otherwise, it's gonna say, hold on, yeah. Otherwise, it's gonna say children. And let me format it. Now, after that, here we have password strength. That's for the register only, by the way. So here we have function score password. It's gonna take password as a string, and return a number. That's going to be if password is not there, we're going to return 0. Then let score is equal to 0. Then if password dot length is more than or equal to 8, then we go score plus plus. And if we're gonna do some regex here, if two slashes here, and then in between we have the square brackets A to Z, it means we have a small character, and here it's gonna say dot test, and that's gonna say PW, like our password. And I'm gonna put two slashes again, and here we have A dash Z, this time capitals, dot test, and it's gonna take PW, and here we're gonna say score plus plus. Means if the password that we have that contains one like a small character, also a capital character, if both needs to be there, we have this and operator here, then we also gonna increase the score. And here if slash backslash d slash dot test, here we have password, and that's gonna go for score plus plus. Then we have if slash this brackets, and then here we have shift 6, this key here, and then A to Z capitals, then A to Z small, then 0 to 9 numbers. Here we're going for slash again, dot test PW, and this is gonna go for score plus plus. And we finally return score from this function. Now here we have const strength. Yeah, there you go. Strength labels is equal to this array where we have two short, weak. There you go. Okay. Strong, excellent. And then after that, here we have const strength colors is equal to this array. We have bg dash white slash, hold on, bg dash white slash 15. Next we have bg dash red dash 500. Next we have bg dash amber dash 500. Next bg dash yellow dash 400. And next bg dash spotify dash green dash bright. And now here we need export function password strength meter, and that's gonna take password and ID, which is going to be password here is gonna be a string, and ID here is gonna be a string as well. And we go for the function here. Const strength is equal to use memo, and this is gonna be score password, and the second value here it goes password. There you go. And here we have return. Inside the return we have a div. We're gonna give it an ID, which is going to be an ID here, class name, which is going to be flex, items dash center cap dash 3 pt dash 1. And also here is going to be area live, which is gonna be polite. Open that div. I'm gonna create a div here and give it some class names. We have flex, flex dash 1, and gap 1.5. And this is also going to be area hidden. There you go. Open that div, and here we have 0, 1, 2, 3 dot map I, and this is gonna be span key is I here, and class name is going to be cn. So here we have h1 flex dash 1 rounded full, and we need transition colors, and then here it goes something like I. When that I is less than strength, then we're gonna do strength colors, and we're gonna pick strength. Otherwise it's going to be bg-white/10. There you go. Let me format everything, and that span needs to be self-close. There you go. Now here, after this div here, we're gonna create a span, and this is gonna say class name, which is gonna take for cn for now, and min dashboard dash 22. There you go. Then we have text dash right, and then we have text dash xs, and we have font dash semi bold and tabular nums. So here, if strength is, let me, there you go, strength is more than or equal to 3, then we're going for text dash Spotify green bright. Otherwise, if strength is equal to 2, we are going for text yellow 300, and otherwise it's gonna be text dash subtoad. Let me format it, save it, and inside the span we're gonna display password. If that's there, we have strength labels, and that's gonna be strength. Otherwise it's just gonna be 8 plus characters. There you go. And we are officially done with this file as well. Now this file needs to go inside this register form component that we're gonna build now. Inside the auth folder here, I'm gonna create a new file that's gonna be register form.tsx and rfce, and there you go. This is export default function. Yeah, no need for this one. This is gonna be just for the sake of confirmation. I'm gonna go here auth in the page.tsx, and inside here this is gonna be register form, and there you go. If we go here, we have register form here now, which is coming from here. So we have wired it up, and now let's start building this component. We have use ID from React, use state from React, and type form event, which is gonna go here. There you go. Use state. There you go. Now here we have use router from Next navigation. We need sign in. We also need mail and lock and user, and that user is going to be imported as user icon. And then we need also register user from our auth file, and then we also need auth form field. There you go. And auth error panel, and auth submit button, and password strength meter. There you go. Formatting everything, and now here we are going to do export function register form. Here we have const router is equal to use router. There you go. Then we have const name ID is equal to use ID. Const email ID is equal to use ID. Const password ID is equal to use ID, and we need const strength ID is equal to use ID. Hold on. There you go. Now here we're gonna say const name set name is equal to use state. There you go. And const email set email is equal to use state empty. And then we have const password set password is equal to use state empty. Const error set error is equal to use state either string or null, and initially it's null, of course. And const pending and set pending is equal to use state false. All right, now here we have async function on submit, which is going to take an event, which is going to be a form event, and that e dot prevent default, and then set error to null, set pending to true here, and then we have try and catch block here. Inside the try, I'm gonna go for const response is equal to await register user. That's gonna take in name, email, and password. And if response.ok is not true, we return, hold on, it's not true, then we also, first of all, eventually we return, but before that we have set error response dot error, so we know what's happening. And after that, here we go for const login is equal to await sign in, and that's gonna be credentials, and here it's gonna be email, password, and redirect here is gonna be false. And after that, here if login is not true or login dot error is true, then we go for set error. We're going for account created but sign in failed. Please log in manually. Here we have router dot push slash login, and then we have return here eventually. And then after that, here we have router dot push slash and router dot refresh. There you go. On the second thought here, actually let's use finally here, and we're gonna say set pending is gonna be false. There you go. Let me format everything, and then after here I'm gonna go for the, actually we already have that, so there is our return. I'm gonna open that. That is gonna display a form initially, so the form has on submit, which is gonna be on submit. function that we have created above. No validate, and class name is going to be flex call, and the gap, which is going to be 5. Then we have auth form field, and that's gonna be something ID, name ID. Then we need label. What should we call you with a question mark? Type is going to be text, and then we need value, which is gonna be name. And on change, it's gonna be set name, and then we have placeholder, that's gonna be display name. Next we have icon, that's going to be user icon, and that's gonna be size of 18. There you go. After that, here we need required, and we also need auto complete. And that's gonna take name here, and then we have minimum length, which is going to be 1, and max length, which is gonna be 60, and we need hint, which is going to be a p tag, and that's gonna say this appears on your profile and playlists. And of course, we're gonna need to add some classes to our p tag, which is gonna be text-access and text-subdued. And that's pretty much it. Let me do one thing here. Let me reload it. And let me reformat it, and there you go. The problem is solved. Now after this auth form field, here I'm gonna create auth form field once again. And this is gonna be, hold on, ID is going to be email ID. Then we need label, which is gonna be email address. And then we need type, that's gonna be email for this one. And we need value, which is email. Then we need on change, which is gonna be set email. Placeholder, you add example.com. Icon, that's gonna be this. We have mail, and that's gonna be size 18. And after that, we need required and autocomplete as well, which is gonna say email. All right. Now here, after that, we need auth form field once again. I'm gonna come down here, and this is gonna be ID, password ID, and label is gonna be password. Hold on. Password, and then after that, here we have type, which is gonna be password. And then after the type, we have value, password. On change is going to be set password, and placeholder is going to be create a strong password. Icon, lock, there you go, size 18. Required autocomplete is gonna say new dash password. Minimum length is gonna be 8, max And actually max length is not needed for this one. It's gonna be described by, it's gonna be strength, sorry, yeah, strength here, strength ID. And it seems like we have strength. Hold on. Let me check if we have this one or not. So here, STREN, yeah. Spellings error. Strength ID is gonna go here, and there you go. Then here we have hint, which is going to be a password strength meter. And that's gonna take a password, which is password here, and also ID, which is strength ID. There you go. Let me format everything, and then after that here we're gonna say error. If error is there, we're gonna display auth error panel, and that's gonna take a message which is going to be error in this case. Then after that, here we have auth submit button, and it's gonna say create account, and here pending is gonna be pending, and pending label is gonna be creating account. And that should be it. Let me format everything and save everything, and we are officially done with this file as well. And now if you go here, well, we do have some errors. First of all, let me refresh. So we have you're importing a module that depends on use router into a React server modules available in client component to fix. Okay, use client directive. Okay, hold on. So here on top of this file, we're gonna say use client. Saving it, let's go here, refreshing it, and we have this issue and cannot resolve FS. And let me close the server and rerun the server, npm run dev, and we still have that issue, I guess. Okay, so basically the issue that we have, I've been looking for this, and this seems like a server problem. So for that, I just realized that in the auth.ts file here, I missed use server, this one. So if we add that here, and if we go here back, we have register form here now. So element type is invalid, expected a string for built-in components. Okay, hold on a second, let's go back here into the page.tsx, and here it seems that we are not bringing it the way it should be. So I guess yes. All right, let's save it. I'm gonna format everything, saving everything. Let's go to our browser, and there you go. Let me do this, and we have our nice looking, what should we call you here, and we have our email address, we have our password. It's also giving us use choose your own. So if I add this too short, okay, and if I do this one character and numbers and capital ones, and there you go, excellent. So our progress, our password meter is working, and everything is fantastically done. And now it is time for us to register ourselves and create the rest of the components that we need for the register and login functionality. And eventually when we are logged in, we're going to create the header that shows the user menu. All right, now let's go and try how it works with the continue with the Google button here. I'm gonna click on that, and let's see if this works. or not, or we have any sort of issues. Well, it does. It did log us in, but right now we have no way to know that. But maybe we have some information here in the console. There you can see that callback and all that, and we did, matter of fact, came back here, and open ID, there you go, all of this information. But we need a way to know that we are really logged in and we have our username and an avatar and stuff like that here, instead of just static sign in and register page. And that is exactly what we're gonna do. But before that, I am gonna open that in an incognito window here, so we can go to the register page here, and we can get started working on the login page. And once the login page is done, then we can work on the user menu and other sort of components that are relevant to the authentication. So I'm going to click on login. This page does not exist yet, so I'm going to go to my code editor. I'm going to close this one here, and I'm going to go, and this is going to go inside app auth login, and there you go, page.tsx. This is going to be suspense from React, then also type metadata from Next. There you go. And then also we need link from Next link. We need login form, which of course we have not created yet. We will do that in a minute. And we need all auth buttons, which we do have. Then UI. Then here we have export const metadata is equal to, metadata is going to be a type of metadata, which is equal to title login. There you go. And we have description, log into your Spotify clone account. There you go. Now here we have export default function login page, and there, and it's going to return an empty fragment, which is going to hold a header, of course. And that header is going to have some classes like flex. Then we have flex dash call gap 2 text center. We have on small screen sizes text dash left. Then inside that, here we have a p tag where we're going to say welcome back, and it's going to hold a few classes like text dash access, font dash semi bold, uppercase, tracking, and it's going to change to a custom value, which is going to be 0.18 em. Then it's going to be text Spotify green bright. After this p tag, I'm going to go create an h1, which is going to say log into Spotify clone. Class names, there you go. We have text dash 3xl. Then we have font black, tracking tight, text dash white, and we need on small screen sizes text 4xl. And now here we have a p tag. I'm gonna give it a class name of text dash small, text dash subdued. And this p tag is going to say pick up where you left off, your library is waiting. And I'm gonna save everything. So here, if we go to this, not this, but this page, this is the login page that we have. And now let's go back to our code editor. So after the header here, there is going to be all auth buttons. There you go. If I can go there, I can see the buttons. Let's go back. And now after the button, there's going to be a div. I'm going to give it some class names to the div: flex, items center, and gap of 3, text 11 pixels, font semi-bold, uppercase, tracking is going to be 0.18 em. Then we have text dash subtoot. Open that div, and actually to the div we're going to give it a role of separator as well. Here we have a span. Class name is going to be UI.auth divider line, and this is going to be self-closing. I'm going to duplicate this, and inside of both of these I'm going to say or continue with email. I'm going to save everything. Let's go here, and this is what we have done. All right, let's go back here. Now after this div, I'm going to come here. I'm going to create a suspense, and in that there's going to be a fallback, which is going to be this. That's going to be a div, self-closing div, and we're going to say class name is going to be h-64 and animate pulse, and we have rounded xl and bg-white/5. And here inside the suspense we're gonna say login form. That's the component that we're gonna create later, which we have not created yet. So after this suspense here, I'm gonna go and create a p tag. I'm gonna give it some class names like text-center. Here we have text small and text subtoot. There you go. The p tag is gonna say don't have an account space, and here we have a link href /log/register, and this is gonna have some classes. We have font semi-bold, text white, underline offset 4, on hover text Spotify, hold on hover text Spotify green bright, and after that, and let me bring this down here, and after that on hover it's going to be underline. I'm going to bring it down here, and this is going to say sign up for Spotify. Saving everything, and now if I go here, there you go. Don't have an account, sign up for Spotify. And this is we are on the sign up page, on the register page, and this is we are on the login page. Smooth transition between the both. So now we need to, of course, bring this login form to life. I'm going to go back to our code editor here. So just like the auth fields inside the components and auth, I'm going to create a new file that is going to be login form.tsx. It's going to be a use client. And then here we have use ID from React, use state from React, and type form event from React. Then we have use router from Next Navigation. We also need use search params from Next Navigation. Then we need sign in here. Then we also need mail, and we need lock, and we're gonna need auth form field. There you go. Auth error panel and auth submit button. And now here we can say export function login form, open that, const router is equal to use router, const params is equal to use search params. Const callback URL is equal to params dot get callback URL. If that is there, wonderful. Hold on. If that is there, wonderful. Otherwise, just the root. And then we have const email ID is equal to use ID. Const password ID is equal to use ID. And we have const email set email is equal to use state. Const password set password is equal to use state. Const error set error is equal to use state is equal to use state, which is gonna be a string or null, and initially it's gonna be null. Then we need const pending and set pending is equal to use state false. Now here we have async function on submit event, which is gonna be a form event, and then we have event dot prevent default. We have set error, that's going to be null. We need set pending, that's going to be true, and try. And finally here, so inside the try, we're gonna say const response is equal to await sign in credentials, and the second value is gonna be email password redirect is gonna be false. And then after that, here we have if response is not there or response dot error is there, then it's gonna be set error response dot code. If that is equal to credentials, then it's gonna be incorrect email or password. Otherwise, it's gonna be could not sign in. Please try again. There you go. And now after that, here I'm gonna return, and after that here I'm gonna say router dot push callback URL and router dot refresh. Come on, there you go. And now in the finally set pending false. I'm gonna save everything. And now inside here, I'm gonna go create a return, and in there we have a form. So the form is gonna be on submit. It's gonna be on submit. Then we have no validate. Also class name is gonna be flex call, and gap is gonna be 5. Here we have auth form field. I'm gonna go there, and it's gonna be ID, email ID. Then we have label, which is gonna be email address. We have type, that's gonna be email here, and we need value email on change. It's gonna be on change. Hold on, actually on change is gonna be set email, and we have placeholder That's going to be you add example.com. We have icon, which is going to be male, and size of that is going to be 18. After the icon, we need a required, and after that, we need a autocomplete, which is going to be for the email. And I'm gonna actually create a new one here, or I'm gonna just duplicate this one here. That's time savior. So this is gonna be password ID. There you go. This is gonna say password and password here and password here and set password here. And this is gonna say placeholder, enter your password. Then here we have current password. After that, here we have, if error is there, then it's gonna be auth error panel, and it expects a message which is gonna be error. Then auth submit button, it's gonna say log in, and we have pending, which is gonna be pending, and we have pending label, which is gonna be signing in. I'm gonna save everything, and let's go take a look at the login page. And well, we haven't configured that here yet. That's why. Let's do that. Let's go to the login page, and I'm gonna say login form. There you go. Saving everything. Let's go here, and here we have our email and here our password. Wonderful. Let's go to our code editor and let's get started working on the next component. So we could start displaying our header when we are logged in, and that eventually we're gonna basically be using this screen here where we are logged in. So here I'm gonna go to components and then auth, and in here the new component file is going to be user menu user-menu.tsx. There you go. It's going to be use client, and we have link from next link, use session, also sign out. There you go. We have log out from Lucid React, user as user icon, and we have another component which basically we have not created yet, but we will do that later, and UI. Basically we have a couple of components that we're going to add here, and those two files are going to be added here as well. So we have export function user menu, and this is going to be const data session and status is equal to use session. There you go. Let me put some spaces here. Yeah. Right. After that, here status, when status is equal to loading, then we're gonna return div, which is going to be self-closing here. Class name is, come on, class name is going to be h-9 and width-24. Animate pulse, and then we have rounded full, and we have bg-white /5. There you go. And then after that, here we're gonna say if session dot user does not exist, then we're gonna return, this means the user is logged out or it's a guest user. Link, and the link is gonna say href/register class name, rounded dash full, text dash small, and font dash bold, text dash subdued, and we have transition, and on hover it's going to be scale 1.04, and then on hover again it's going to be text dash base. That link is going to say sign up. Let me format everything. Now after this link here, I'm going to create another link, and that's going to be, actually before that we need to wrap everything inside a fragment. There you go. This link is going to be href slash login. Class name is going to be rounded full. There you go. And we have bg-white px-6 py2 text small, font bold, text black, and transition. And then we have on hover it's gonna be scale 1.04, and this is going to say log in. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and now you need to go to the header.tsx file. So in the header.tsx file here, instead of sign in and register, we are gonna get user menu component here. Let's go here. We do not see anything here because we are logged in into this one. Let's open that in the console, in the incognito, and there you go. We see a sign up button and a login button. If I click on sign up, I go there. Log in button, I go there. Now we need to cover how it's going to be for the signed in user. So I'm gonna close this one, and now after this there's going to be a return that is going to be for the signed in users. So here basically is going to be a component that is not ready yet. That is going to be menu. There you go. So now if we go here, and there you see the menu, but of course the menu itself needs to be a component, a separate component, and that is what we're going to do now. So I'm going to go to components, UI, and in here the new component is going to be menu.tsx, and this is going to be a client component. And then here we have use effect, also use ref, and use state, and type react node. There you go. We need cn, also we need UI, and it's going to be a function use menu dismiss. And there are going to be a few things like reference, which is going to be a react dot ref object, HTML element or null, and secondly there's going to be open, which is going to be a boolean, and then we have on close, which is going to be a function which is not going to return anything. And let's open that. Here we have, first of all, a use effect. Use effect, which is going to be if open is not true, then we return const on down is equal to event mouse event. Open that, and this is going to be if reference dot current dot contains e dot target as node, and if this whole situation is not true, then on close. After this, let me save everything. After this, now we have const on key is equal to event keyboard event. That's gonna be another function here. If e dot key is equal to escape escape, then we're gonna run this function as well, because we're gonna close the menu. Right now, after that, again we have document dot add event listener. It's gonna be mouse down. We have on down. Then we have document dot add event listener. It's gonna be key down, and it's going to be on key. There you go. And here finally we're gonna say return this arrow function here, which is gonna be these two same things, but with the remove instead of add. There you go. And I'm gonna save everything, and that use effect is gonna have some dependencies here. So those are going to be open, on, close, and reference. And that on close is here, and we just forgot a comma here. There you go. All right, now after this whole function, we are gonna create interface menu props. On that we have trigger props, and open that, and this is gonna be on click void, and area dash has pop-up is gonna be menu, and then area dash expanded is gonna be boolean, and that whole thing here is going to be a React node. And then after that, here we have children. That's going to be React node, or close void React node. There you go. And we have panel class name. That's going to be a string. I'm gonna format everything, save everything, and now here we have export function menu, which is gonna take a trigger children panel class name, and that whole thing is gonna be menu props type, and open that. Same, and same. Awesome. Const open set open is equal to use state false. Const ref is equal to use ref. HTML div element or null, and by default it's null. And const close is equal to set open false. There you go. Here we have use menu dismiss reference open and close. And then we have return, open that. We have a div class name relative ref is going to be reference here. Then here we have trigger, open that, and it's going to be on click, and set open v is equal to the v, then the reverse of v on click. Then we have area expanded, that's going to be open, Then here we have area has pop-up. That's going to be menu. Let me format everything, and then after that here we have open. When that is the case, we're gonna display this, and there's going to be a menu panel. There you go, something like that. In a minute we're gonna create this menu panel down here, and here it's gonna have a class name, which is gonna be a panel class name. There you go. That panel class name was used here. All right. Now this is going to be type of children is equal to function. Then we're going to display children flows, otherwise simply just the children. And now we need to create that export function menu panel, and that's going to be children and class name, and this is going to be a type of children is going to be React node, and class name is going to be string, and we open that. This is going to be a function. There you go. Now here I'm going to return, and return here is going to be a div. Class name is going to be cn UI.menu popover and class name, and also the role of this one is going to be menu. And now inside this div we have children. Awesome. Export function menu item, open that. This is going to take a children, then on click, then destructive, and then it's going to take class name, and this whole thing is going to be a type of children is going to be React node. On click is going to be a void function. Destructive is going to be optional and boolean, and class name is going to be an optional and string. And we open that function here. Destructive, yeah, everything matches on click, and children, there you go. And it's going to take a return, open that, and it's going to take a button with a type of button and role of menu item, and on click is going to be on click, and class name is going to be cn. If destructive is there, then UI.menu item destructive, otherwise UI.menu item. And then we also have class name. There you go. And now inside this button there's going to be children. Let me format everything, and this type needs to be button. There you go. Save everything, and now here we're gonna need export interface menu item def, and this is gonna be label string icon optional and React node. On click, it's gonna be void and destructive is optional, and it's gonna be a boolean. Here we have interface item menu props, open that. This is gonna be a trigger props, open that. on click. This is going to be a void function, and area has pop-up is going to be menu, and area expanded is going to be boolean. This is going to be a React node. There you go. And items are going to be menu item def, array of that type. And then we have panel class name. Panel class name is going to be a string. There you go. Let's come down here, and this is going to be export. Basically a flat list menu. So export function item menu. This is going to be trigger items panel class name, and we have some issue panel class name. Yeah, now it matches, and this whole thing is gonna be item menu props type. Open that, and not that, but here let me format everything. There you go. Let me return menu here, just like that. This is gonna take a trigger, which is gonna be trigger, then panel class name, which is gonna be a panel class name, and then here we're gonna say close, then a function here, basically items dot map item. Open that, and this is gonna take basically an item and index. And here we have a direct function where we go for menu item individual, and this menu item is going to take a key, which is going to be item dot label, a dash here, and this is going to be index. And here I'm going to say destructive, that's going to be item dot destructive. And we also need on click on this one, which is gonna be on, first of all, let me let me remove this one, and let me format everything here, as it may get confusing for you. So I'm gonna bring it down here, and this one is gonna be on click, which is gonna take a function, a callback function, and that is going to be another function, basically callback function, and clause, and then item dot on click there. And then here inside here we're gonna say item dot icon and a span and item dot label, and of course we're gonna give it some class names. That is going to be truncate. Let me format everything, and this is how it looks. And let me save everything. So this is the whole menu component. Now this menu component is going to go inside the user menu here. Let me do that real quick now. So here in the return, I'm going to say menu, and it also imports that menu, and in here it's going to be panel class name right dash 0 and top dash 12 and width dash 56. There you go. And then after that, now here we have a trigger, which is going to take a function, and that function is going to be opened here. And in this area we have few arguments. So we are destructing them, and this is on click, and area dash has pop-up, and let me display that in double quotes. Area has pop-up, and this is gonna be has pop-up, and then we have area dash expanded, and now inside here we're gonna say a button. That button is going to be a type of button, and we have on click is coming from on click that we just brought here. And then here we have area has pop-up is going to be pop-up. Hold on. Has pop-up, and area expanded is gonna be expanded. Let me format everything. And now after that, we need area label, which is gonna be open account menu. And we need class name, which is gonna be rounded dash full ring dash to ring dash transparent transition on hover, not transform but transition. There you go. And on hover it's gonna be ring dash white slash 30, and on focus it's gonna be ring dash white slash 30 as well. And now that button is gonna hold another component, which for now we're gonna say avatar. That's it. We're gonna need to create that avatar component, but that is a bit later. So now here inside the menu, we're gonna say something like close here, close another function here. I'm gonna scroll up a little, and here I'm gonna create an empty fragment. In that there's going to be a div class name px-3 py-2 text-access text-text subdued, and I'm going to open that div. Here we have signed in as, and here I have another div. I'm going to give it class name truncate, and also text-small and font semi-bold and text-text-base, and I'm going to open that, and this is going to say session.user.name if that's there, session.user.email. Wonderful. So if we have that, then we display that. Otherwise, we just display that. And now after this div here, we're going to create an HR, and I'm going to give it a class name of my-1 border white /10. After that, I'm going to go for a link, and this is going to be href/library, and this is going to go for the role, which is going to be menu item. Then we have class name, that's going to be cn, and ui.menu item. There you go. Next we have on click, this is going to be a close. And now let me hold on. Yeah, let me bring this up, and here I'm gonna say user icon, and size is gonna be 16, and after that your library. And after the link here, I'm gonna create a button. Type is gonna be button. Role is gonna be menu item, and class name is gonna be cn, no, actually, no need for the CN. It's going to be UI.menu item. And here, matter of fact, we can get rid of the CN as well. There you go. And this is going to be on click. Let me format everything. On click. And this is going to be close and also void sign out. And this is going to be callback URL, which is going to be the root. And inside the button, we say log out. And the size is going to be 16. Let me format everything, save everything, and let me go to the browser. And we still see the avatar here. And because the image is not there, as we have not created the avatar yet, we can change this to just G here for now. There you go. If we click on that, we have this little menu here, which is not being displayed properly. Of course, we need to fix that. Right now, we have two issues here. First of all, that these two buttons are not on the top, as you guys can see. And second, when I click on that, this goes out of the viewport, and also it's not on focus. So we're gonna go back to our code editor. And first of all, let's open our header.tsx file. And here in the header, it needs to say Z30. Save that. Let's go back. So we do have this fixed now. But if we click, that's on focus, but that's still out of the viewport. So for that, we're going to go to our menu. And in the menu, we have this menu panel. That is menu popover. So basically what we are doing, let's check that here in the menu popover, which is inside styles.cs. So that says write 0. That needs to say write auto. I'm going to save it, formatting everything. And now if we go back, there you go. If I click on that, this is what I have. And there is one more thing that I would like to fix. That is this logout. And for that, I guess I'm going to need to go to the user menu. So here, I'm going to say log out. Save it. Let's go to the browser. And if I click on that, there you go. Logout is there. Let's check that functionality real quick. If I click on that, I should be logged out, which I am. There we have our two buttons. Log in. Let's check that. Continue with Google. Since this is the only email that I am logged in into this Chrome extension. And it should log me in, but it's not doing anything. And if I click that, we have no error here. Well, we have server error. Okay, hold on. Let me check if we have any connect timeout. Okay, that seems like an internet connection error. I'm gonna actually close the server once and rerun it. And here, let's go to our code editor again, and in here, I'm gonna click on continue with Google. There you go. The loading has been started. And I am logged in. Perfect. So there's my name and library link, and logout library doesn't exist yet, of course, and I can log out. So both register, login, and logout functionality works. And now we need to make sure that we have this avatar component. So I'm going to go to my code editor. And first of all, let me close all of the extra files. Let me close everything actually. I will bring where I need. Okay, so component, UI, and here we need a new file, which is gonna be avatar.tsx. It's gonna be a client component. We have use state and use memo, then cn. We have interface, avatar props. It's gonna be name, either string or null. Then we have email, either string or null. Then we have image, either string or null. And then we have size, number, class name, string. There you go. Here we have export function avatar, and open that. And this is gonna be here, name, email, image, size is gonna be 36 initially. Then we have class name, and this whole thing is gonna be type of avatar props. In the function we have const errored, and set errored is equal to use state false, and we have const initial is equal to use memo. Open that arrow function. Const source is equal to name. If that exists, wonderful. Otherwise we have email, and if that exists, okay. Otherwise we have just a question mark. Dot trim, and then here we have return source dot char at. It's gonna take the from 0, this is the first character, dot to uppercase. There you go. Basically, if the avatar is there, it's wonderful. Otherwise it's gonna take the name and get the first character of that name and use that as an initial instead of the image. All right, uppercase, or we can simply say question mark here again. Then this use memo is gonna take name and email there. Saving everything, and then after that here we have const show image is equal to boolean image and errored. There you go. We have const label is equal to name, email, user. Awesome. Not that, but this one. No. Here, let me format everything. Now here we have return, and inside return we have a div. I'm gonna say class name is gonna be a CN, which is gonna be relative grid shrink 0, place items center. There you go. Overflow hidden, rounded full, bg dash rounded dash full. Hold on. Full bg dash elevated highlight, font dash bold, text dash base, and select none. There you go. And second argument here is gonna be class name. Inside that div we have, actually before that div, what we're gonna do is style, and here we're gonna say width is gonna be size, height is gonna be size as well, and font size is gonna be math dot max 11 math dot round size divided by 0.4. There you go. Now in here we have a show image. If that is true, then we're gonna display image here. But here we're gonna have a area label as label as well. Let me format everything which is having some issues. The reason for that could be this one, and okay, font size. This one looks good. Okay, let's write something here, and then later on we can maybe reload the browser. So here img, and here we have source, which is gonna be image as string. Then we have alt, which is empty, width, which is gonna be size, height, which is gonna be size, and we have loading, that's lazy. Then we have decoding, that's gonna be async. And then we have referrer policy, that's gonna be no referrer. And then we have on error, this is gonna be set errored. There you go. This is gonna be true. And after that, here we have class name, that's going to be height dash full, width dash full, object dash color. And basically we need to display here after this the else statement here as well. So that's going to be a span, and no need for the class, actually area hidden. There you go. And the span needs to say initial. Let me format everything, and there you go. So now we need to display that avatar. And now this component is going to go into the user menu, and that's going to go here instead of G. So I'm going to write avatar. There you go. And this is going to take a few components. So we have a name, which is going to be session dot user dot name. Come on, user dot name. Then we have email, session dot user dot email. Then we have image, session dot user dot image. And then we have size, which is going to be 36. Let me format everything, save everything. And now if I go to my browser, you can see that my image is there. Click on that. There you have, we have wonderful. It looks amazing. We have the image just like here on the Chrome, and we can log out. My name is there, everything is there. And we have completed our authentication, our login, sign up pages, sign in pages, the log out functionality, and everything. Now we're ready to move on to the next phase. All right, since we already have the authentication ready, so I guess this is the time that we create a little component here that goes here under on the bottom here on the sidebar. So let's go to our code editor, and I'm going to open sidebar.tsx. So here I'm going to go at the bottom of the file, and I'm going to create a function account footer. This is going to be user and on logout. This is going to be user is going to be an object with a name, which is optional. That's going to be a string or null. And email also optional, which is going to be string and or null. And image also optional, which is going to be a string or null. And this whole thing. And then here we have another one, which is on logout. That's going to be a function, which is going to be a void. And that here we open the function. Let me format everything. There you go. Here we have const display is equal to user dot name or user dot email or account. We have return here and open that, and here we have a div which is going to hold some classes like flex dash call and gap of 3. And here we have another div. I'm going to give it a class name of flex items dash center and gap of 3. And here we have avatar, that's the component, plus name user.name, email user.email, image user.image, and size, which is gonna be 40. After the avatar, we need a div here. I'm gonna give it some class names like min-width-0 and flex-1. I'm gonna open that. Here we have a p tag. I'm gonna give it some class names like truncate, flex small, flex-sm. Then we have font-semi-bold, text-base. And that p tag is gonna showcase display. There you go. Let me format everything. After this p tag, we have another p tag, and I'm going to give it a class name of text-xs, text-subdued. There you go. And here it's gonna say signed in. All right. So now after this div that we have here, I'm gonna go under that and gonna create a button that's gonna say type of button, and we have on click, which is gonna be on logout. Then we have class name, flex, items-center, justify center, gap of 2, rounded full, border white/15, and we have px-4, py2, text-small, font-bold, text-base. We have transition, and on hover it's gonna be scale 1. Scale is gonna be 1.02. Then we have on hover it's gonna be border-white/30, and on hover it's gonna be bg-white/5. Open that. Here we have log out, and I'm gonna say size, which is gonna be 16, and I'm gonna say also log out. Let me format everything, and now we need to go a little higher so we can use this function, this component. Before that, let's actually go to the very top of our file. We have our, make sure that, let me toast. Yeah, we are not importing that yet. Make sure that we have use toast store, and we have avatar here, and make sure we also have use session and sign out. There you go. I guess that's pretty much it. And now here within where we have all of our props, so here I'm gonna go and say const data is session, type of session is equal to use session. There you go. And after the rows here, I'm gonna say const push toast is equal to use toast store. Store is gonna be s.push. I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna look for, here we have this header, then this. So inside this div, after this, I'm gonna go for something filter throws dot length equal to 0 and collapsed is not true. Then we're gonna display this. This is gonna be an li. Class name is gonna be px-3, py-6, text-center, and text dash small text dash subdued. Open that li, and here I have a session dot user. If that exists, I'm gonna do this, otherwise I'm gonna do this. There you go. And in here it's gonna be nothing here yet. Create a playlist to get started, and this is gonna say log in to see your library, formatting everything and saving everything. And now after the div here, we're gonna create always expanded. When that is true, there you go. Then we're gonna display this. So this is gonna be a div. Class name is going to be border dash t, and we also have border white slash 5 px4 py4. I'm gonna open that div, and here we have when session is there and user is there, then we're gonna do this, otherwise we're gonna do this. In the case of true, we have a account footer, the component that we created on the bottom of this file, and that's gonna take a user, which is gonna be session.user, and also on logout, which is gonna be void sign out, and it's gonna take a callback URL, which is gonna be root. Let me format, and here we're gonna say empty fragment, in which we have a p tag. I'm gonna say class name margin bottom dash 3 text dash access font dash medium text dash subdued. There you go. And this p is gonna say sign up to build playlists like songs and follow artists. Let me format everything. And now if I go to the browser, there you go. Nothing here yet. Create a playlist to get started. And let's go back here. After the P here, I'm gonna go create a div, create class name, which is gonna be flex dash call, and gap is gonna be 2. And here we have link, which is gonna be href slash register class name rounded dash full border white slash 15 px4 py2 text dash center text dash small font dash bold text dash base transition. Then we have on hover, it's gonna be scale, which is going to be 1.02, and we have on hover, it's gonna say border white, there you go, slash 30, and on hover bg white slash 5. And in the link, I'm gonna say sign up, and also I'm gonna need to add on click, which is gonna be on navigate. Let me format, and I'm gonna create another link here. That's gonna take an href, of course, slash login class name rounded dash full. There you go, bg dash white px4 py2 text center px And then we have text dash small, font dash bold, and we have text dash black, transition on hover it's going to be scale, which is going to be 1.02. And also we need on click, which is going to be on navigate. This is going to say log in. I'm going to save everything. Let's go to our browser here, and now let me do this inspect, change to the mobile view, as that is where it's going to be displayed. And now if I click here, there you go, we have our button and we have this login and this login, there you go. But if I change this to something like this, and bring it up, there you go, we have this issue with the login, and I guess it's because that on the login it's scale 10.2, it needs to be 1.02. All right, and then we have border white and one thing, yeah, okay, so this whole thing from here to here needs to be moved one div above. There you go, like that. Let me format everything, save everything. That's been dissolved. Let's go back to our code here, and there you go, our browser here. So that has been forwarded. Otherwise, this code, this background was being cut off here. We have sign up, we have login, and that is working perfectly. Let me bring it to the size and enable mobile view here, and there you go. It looks amazing. We have both sign up and login pages, links in the sidebar as well, and the app looks great on the mobile. Perfect. Let me make it back how it was before. All right, I'm gonna log in again, and I'm gonna start working on the playlist page. Let's go to the code editor, and in here I'm gonna close everything that I have so far, and in the app there's going to be a new page, playlist, and then we have another folder. It's gonna be ID, and in there we have a new file, page.tsx rfc. There you go, and this is gonna be playlist page. There you go, save that. And if I go here now, click on the playlist, there you go, we have our playlist page. And just like that, I am gonna create one for the album here. So I'm gonna go here under app, I'm gonna create a new folder, album, and inside that I'm gonna create a new folder, call it ID, and I'm gonna say page.tsx. This is gonna be rfc. I'm gonna say album page, and get rid of the React from top, save everything. If I go here, we have our album page, and just like that, I would like to create another for the artist as well. So under app, I'm going to create a new folder, artist. In there, I'm going to create a new folder, ID, and a new file in there, which is going to be page.tsx rfc. That's going to be artist page. Let me get rid of the import, and if we go here, we have the artist page. Wonderful. So on the playlist page, the very first thing that we're going to work, that is basically the playlist page. So let's close these files, and on the playlist page, let's start working on it. I'm going to need to import a few things. So import type metadata, there you go. And then we need note found from next navigation, and we also need playlist as type. So I'm gonna say import type playlist from add slash types. Let's see if we have that. Yes, we do. And there are a few more files that we're gonna need, but those files does not exist yet. Actually, on the second thought, I'm thinking that instead of building some things here and then giving the name of components that are gonna be here, and then building those components and then getting back here and updating this file again and do this back and forth all the time, I would just go there and close this file and simply just start. I'm gonna just create the rest of the components that are gonna come here and then use those components to build these pages. I guess that's a better approach. So I'm gonna go and here I'm gonna go components and UI, and in here there's going to be a new file which is gonna be playing indicator.tsx. So it's gonna be a client component, and we have cn from utils, and it's gonna be interface playing indicator props. Open that. This is gonna be playing boolean class name string, and export function playing indicator. This is gonna take a playing, which is gonna be true by default, and a class name, and then that's gonna be a playing indicator props type. Open that. We have return, and it's gonna be a div. Class name is going to be cn here, and that's gonna take inline dash flex. There you go. And height dash 4 and items dash end, and we have gap of 2 pixels, and we also attach that class name to that. And also this div is gonna be area hidden. There you go. I'm gonna open that div here, and inside we have a span, which is gonna be a self-closing. It's gonna take class name equalizer dash bar, and I'm gonna give it a style property, which is gonna be animation play state is gonna be, if playing is true, then it's gonna be running, otherwise it's gonna be paused. All right, let me format that. So that's the span we have. I'm gonna duplicate that 3 times, and just like that we are done with this component. This is going to be used for indicating whether the song is being played or not. And yeah, we have completed this component. Let's close that and go for the next one. Now next I'm going to create a server action basically. So for that I'm going to go to lib, and here we have actions. I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be library.ts and use server. These are basically server actions. So we have revalidate path from next cache. We have z from zod. We have safe auth, and let me put this just like that. All right, next we have Prisma. That's gonna be from, not this one, import Prisma from /lib/Prisma. There you go. Here I'm gonna say a sync function require user ID. That's gonna be a promise string or null, and open that. Const session is equal to await safe auth, and here we have return session. If that exists, then we get the user from there, and if that exists, we get the ID from there, otherwise just null. And here we have liked tracks. I'm going to go const like schema is equal to z dot object. Open that. Here we have id z dot string, and this is going to be dot min1. We have title, it's going to be z dot string. Then we have our test, it's going to be z dot string. We have our test id z dot string dot optional. There you go. We have album, that's going to be z dot string dot optional. Here we have album id, which is going to be z dot string and dot optional. There you go. And next here we have duration, which is going to be z dot number dot integer dot minimum, which is going to be 0. We have cover URL z dot string dot optional. We have audio URL z dot string dot optional. And we have completed the schema. All right, after that here we're going to say export async function toggle like track. It's going to take an input which is unknown, and it's going to return a promise which is going to be liked and boolean. There you go. We have const user id is equal to await require user id. Then we have if user id does not exist, we throw new error. We say unauthorized. Const t is equal to like schema. There you go. Like schema dot parse, and we have input here. Const existing is equal to await Prisma dot liked track dot find unique. And here we're gonna say where it's gonna be user id track id is gonna be user id, track id is going to be here t dot id. There you go. Then after that here we're gonna say if existing is true, then we're gonna await Prisma dot liked track dot delete, and this is gonna be where id is existing dot id. All right, revalidate path slash liked dash songs, revalidate path slash library, and here we have return liked false. There you go. After that here we have await Prisma dot liked track dot create. Open that, and this is going to be data, and data is going to be user id, track id is going to be t dot id. Then we have title, which is going to be t dot title, artist t dot artist, artist id t dot artist id, album t dot album, album id t dot album id, duration sec t dot duration, cover url t dot cover url, and audio URL t.audio URL. After that, here we're gonna say revalidate path. There you go. This is gonna be liked dash songs revalidate path / library, and we return liked true. There you go. So that toggle track function is complete, and that is exactly what we're going to use in the next file. But before we do that, there is one small function that we need, that is export async function list liked track IDs. It's gonna return a promise string, array of strings, const user ID is equal to await require user ID, and it's going to be if user ID doesn't exist, then return empty array, and const rows is equal to await prisma dot liked track dot find many, and here it's going to say where, and it's going to be user ID, and select, hold on here, track ID is going to be true. So we finally return rows dot map 1, and that's going to be r dot track ID. There you go. Now the next file is going to be, I'm going to go for lib, then we have hooks here, and under hooks I'm going to create a new file which is going to be use toggle like track.ts. All right, so use client, it's gonna be use transition from React, use library store, use toast store, use not use but toggle like track that we just created, and also type track from types. There you go. Now we have export function use toggle like track, which is going to take a track which is going to be either a track or null or undefined. On that we have const liked is equal to use library store, as here arrow function, that's going to be if track is there, then it's going to be s dot liked track IDs dot includes track dot ID. Otherwise it's just going to be false, and that needs to be here. There you go. After that, here we have const toggle like is equal to use library store s dot toggle like track. There you go. Yes, just like that. Then we have const push toast is equal to use toast store s dot push. Then we have const, no need for the first item, start transition, that's going to be equal to use transition. There you go. Next, here we have const toggle is equal to this arrow function. So if track isn't available, it's simply gonna return. Otherwise we have toggle like, that's going to be track.id, and push toast is gonna be liked removed from liked songs. But if it wasn't liked, if it wasn't in the liked, then it's gets added to the like, and then we say added to liked songs. There you go. After that, here I'm gonna say, actually inside here I'm gonna say start transition async. Open that, and this is gonna be try and catch. So here, this track, we need to import that as toggle like track action. There you go. Now we need to use that here. That's gonna be await. There you go. And in there, I'm gonna say id track.id title track.title artist track.artist, and we have artist id track.artist id album, that is going to be album track.album album id, which is gonna be track.album id. Then we have duration track.duration cover URL, which is gonna be track.cover URL. We have audio URL that's gonna be track.audio URL. And in the catch, I'm gonna say toggle like, that's gonna be track.id, and push toast is gonna be log into save songs. And then finally, here we say return liked, that's gonna be toggle. There you go. Let me format everything and save everything. All right, the next file that we're going to work on is inside components. Then we have cards, and here I'm going to create a new file, track row.tsx. This is going to import link, heart from Lucid React, pause, play. It's going to take use player store. It's going to take use toggle like track. It's going to take UI and CN and playing indicator, and also cover image that we have created, and also track, which is gonna be coming from type track. There you go. Let me put this here. Awesome. So we have interface track row props. Open that. Track is gonna be track. Index is going to be a number. Q is gonna be an array of track. And we have show album, which is optional, and boolean. Show cover, optional and boolean. And show date added, optional and boolean. After that, we have export function track row. It's gonna take a track index q. Show album is gonna be true by default. Show cover to true as well, and show date added to true as well. This whole thing is type of track row props. There you go. Open that function, and in here we have const is current is equal to use player store and s.current track. If that exists, then get the ID from there is equal to track.id, and that's going to return true or false. Const is playing is equal to use player store. We have s dot is playing and is current. Then we have const play and toggle play is equal to use player store s dot actions. There you go. Next we have const liked, and toggle here is going to be handle toggle like equal to use toggle like track. That's going to take the track. Next we have const handle play is equal to this function. Open that. If is current toggle play, else play track and queue. There you go. Now here after that I'm gonna create some classes basically for the responsive grid. Const grid classes is equal to cn, and I'm gonna open that cn here. So first of all we have grid dash calls dash 40px underscore one fraction underscore atpx. That's one. And the second value here is goes show album. When that is true, then we are going for md grid dash calls dash 40px underscore min max 0 comma 4 fraction, and that's gonna be underscore again min max 0 3 fraction underscore again min max, that's gonna be 0 and 1 fraction, and that's gonna be underscore here. Hold on, no, it needs to be comma just like the rest of them. All right, then here we have another one which is gonna be show album and show date added. Then it's going to be lg grid dash calls dash 40 pixels underscore min max 0 0 and then comma and then 4 fraction, and then underscore we have min max 0 3 fraction, then underscore min max 0 2 fraction underscore min max 0 1 fraction. There you go. And you make sure that you have double ampersand here as well, and we are done with this grid class as well. So now here we're gonna go for return. Open that. Here we have div. I'm gonna give it a role of row. Then we have on double click, it's gonna handle play. There you go, handle play. And then we have class name, which is going to be cn. That's gonna be UI dot track row, plus here it's gonna be grid classes. Awesome. Let's open that div, and here we have another div, class name flex items dash center justify dash center. Open that div. Here I'm gonna say is current, then do this, otherwise do this. For now I'm just gonna say empty. Then here I'm gonna bring it up here a little bit, and I'm gonna say button, and this is gonna be type button, of course, and we have on click, which is gonna handle play. Then area label is going to be something like if it's playing, then we're saying pause. Otherwise, we're gonna say play. After that, we need some class names, and those are going to be flex, height dash 4, width dash 4, items center, justify center, and text Spotify green. There you go. Now in that button, we need a span. So that span is gonna have some class names, of course, like block, group, hover, hidden. In that span, we have is playing, then we do this, otherwise we do this. So this thing becomes playing indicator, and we put playing here, true. Then on the else statement here, we're gonna say something like a span. Hold on, there you go, span. That's gonna take some classes like font dash mono, text dash small, tabular nums, and we have text dash Spotify green. And the span is gonna have index plus 1, formatting everything and saving everything. Now after this span here that we have, let's have another span. That span is gonna have some classes as well. It's gonna be hidden on mobile screen sizes, group, hover, hold on, group dash hover, it's gonna be block. Basically hidden by default, but when you hover over the group, then it's gonna be visible. And in here we have is playing, true this, false this. In case of true, we're gonna say pause, this icon, size is gonna be 14, class names are going to be fill white, hold on, fill dash white, and we have text dash white. All right, then for the else statement here, we're gonna say play, and this is gonna take size of 14, and class names are fill dash white and text white and translate x, which is going to be 1 pixel. There you go. Now this whole code is when the song is current, but when that is not, then here we're gonna display something like a button. We're gonna give it some class names, but before that, give it a type of button. Then on click is going to be handle play. Then area label is gonna be play, and this is gonna say track, hold on, track dot title. Then we have class names, and those are going to be flex, height 4, width 4. There you go. We have items center and justify center. I'm gonna open that button, and here we have span. I'm gonna say class name block, group hover hidden, and font dash mono tabular nums. There you go. It's gonna say index plus 1. And after the span, here we have play, size 14, and class name is going to be hidden, fill dash white, hold on, fill dash white, and we have text dash white, translate x is gonna be 1 pixel, group hover is gonna be block. There you go. And now we are done until this div here. Code here. So this div which is ending here. So next up here we have title plus artist column. So we're gonna create a div, give it some class names like flex, minimum width 0. Then we have items center and gap 3. Open that div, and here we have show cover, which is gonna be here, cover image. There you go. And that's gonna take source, which is gonna be track dot cover URL. We have alt, gonna leave it empty, size 40, shape is going to be square, and then we have sizes. I'm gonna take 40 pixels, formatting everything, and then after that here I'm gonna have a div. That div is gonna have class minimum dash width dash 0, and this is going to take a p tag, class name cn, that's going to be truncate, and text dash base. But then we have is current. So if this is current song, then we go for text Spotify green and font medium. Otherwise we go for text dash base. All right, and then inside the p tag we have track dot title. There you go. After that p tag here, we're gonna have another div, give it class name flex items dash center and gap 1.5. Open that div. We have if track dot explicit is true, then we're gonna display this. We have a span. Hold on. We have a span which is gonna be self-closing. That's gonna say class name rounded dash small. There you go. We have bg white slash bg, hold on, bg dash white slash 40. Then we have px1 pypx. Then we have text which is going to be 10 pixels, and we have font bold and leading none and text black. There you go. And I'm just gonna put an e here and make it non-self-close span tag. There you go. Now after this I'm gonna have a link here. Href is gonna take to slash artist slash, it's gonna be, hold on, yeah, slash artist slash track dot artist id. There you go. After that we have class name, which is going to be ui dot track meta link, and we are gonna put here track dot artist. There you go. So now we are done with this section as well. Let me bring it down here and code. There you go. So now here I'm gonna say show album when that is set to true. Then we're gonna say link href slash album slash track dot album id. There you go. And I'm gonna give it a class name which is going to be cn, and that is going to be hidden, truncate, and on medium screen sizes block. Then ui dot track meta link, and it's gonna say track dot album, formatting everything and saving everything. Now there's one more, there are a couple of more sections that we need to write into this file, but before we do that, there's one piece of code that is not done, and we need that in order to write the rest of the file here. So I'm gonna go to utils.ts file here, and we have here, yeah, format duration. So this is also something that we're gonna use here in the track row, but there's going to be another thing which is going to be here. So we have export function format long duration. That's gonna take seconds, and which is going to be a number, and it's gonna return a string on that. All right, then if number dot is finite seconds is not true, or seconds is less than or equal to 0, then we return 0 min. There you go. Const total minutes is equal to math dot floor seconds slash 60. Const hours is equal to math dot floor total minutes slash 60. And then here we have const minutes is equal to total minutes mod percentage here and 60. There you go. Now here, if hours more than 0, return this, which is gonna be hours hr minutes, hold on, min. Return, or simply we're just gonna return minutes min. There you go. And then here we need export function format date added ISO string. There you go. And it's gonna return a string as well. So here we have const date is equal to new date ISO. Then we have const now is equal to new date. Then we have const diff ms is equal to now dot get time minus date dot get time. Const days is equal to math dot floor. This is gonna be diff ms slash, and here we're gonna put 1000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 once again, and multiplied by 24. If days, hold on, days is less than 1, we return today. If days is less than 7, we return days day, and here I'm gonna say days less than more than 1. It's gonna add s, otherwise it's just an empty, and a go. There you go. And then we have if days is less than 30, we're gonna, let's go for actually this here, const weeks is equal to math dot floor days divided by 7, and this needs to be floor 7. And then we have return weeks week, and here we're gonna say if weeks is more than 1, we're gonna say s, otherwise just an empty, and here we're gonna say echo. There you go. And then finally after that here we return date dot to locale date string, en-us, and this is gonna be month, short, day numeric, and year is gonna be numeric as well. And we have completed this. There's one more, maybe hold on. There's one more that we need to write, very small function, export function total duration tracks duration number, and that thing is going to be an array, and it's gonna return a number. Open that, return tracks dot reduce. We have sum and t here, so sum plus t dot duration plus, and here we have 0, initial value 0. There you go. And now we can close this file and get back at it. I'm gonna come down here, and here we have show date added. If that is true, then I'm gonna display a span here, which is gonna have some classes like hidden, truncate, and text small, and also on large screen size it's going to be block. I'm gonna open that span, and in here we have if track dot added at, then we're gonna say format date added, which we're bringing from the utils file, and we're saying track dot added at. Otherwise it's just this little dash there. All right, after that, here now I'm gonna create a div and gonna give it a class name of flex items dash center, justify and gap of 2, and small screen size is going to be gap of 3. And here we have a button, so type for the button is going to be button. Then we have area label, which is going to be if liked, then it's gonna say remove from liked songs. Otherwise it's gonna say save to liked songs. After that we need on click, which is gonna be handle toggle like, and then we need a class name, which here is going to be cn. We're gonna use hidden, hold on. Then we need small screen sizes, it's going to be inline dash flex, and transition. There you go. For the second value we need if liked is there, then it's going to be text Spotify green and opacity 100. Otherwise it's going to say opacity 0 and group hover opacity 100, and on hover text base. There you go. And I'm gonna go into that button, and it's gonna say heart. Size is going to be 16, and class name is going to be if liked UI.heart active. Otherwise just an empty string. After this button here, I'm gonna add a span. I'm gonna give it some class name like font dash mono, tabular nums. Then we need text xs, and then we need small screen sizes text dash small. Open that, and here we have format duration, which is also something we are bringing from utils file, track dot duration. There you go. And after this span here, we're gonna add another thing. So for now I'm just gonna say p tag dot dot dot. This is gonna be a menu eventually that we can display. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this thing from here, and here we need to eventually create another component, which we will do later. of course. And now this whole track row component is going to go into another component which we're going to create here. That is going to be track list.tsx. Here it's going to be a client component, and we have clock from Lucid React, track row that we just created, and we have also import type track, and that's gonna be here. Awesome. We have interface track list props. Open that. This is gonna be tracks track. Then we have show album. This is gonna be Boolean. Then we have show cover. This is gonna be a Boolean as well. Then we have show date added. This is gonna be a Boolean. All right, now here we have export function track list. Open that. This is gonna be tracks show album, which is gonna be true, and show cover, which is gonna be true by default. And we need commas here instead of colons, and show date added, which is gonna be true by default as well. And let's make it type of track list props. Open that function. All right, there, this matches and this matches here as well. Awesome. Not making any spelling mistakes. Return, open that, and here we have div, and I'm gonna give it a class name of px-2, and small screen size is going to be px-4. And in here we have another div, and this is gonna hold a lot of classes. So I'm gonna say sticky, hold on, class name is gonna be sticky top 0 z10. Then we have margin bottom 2, hidden grid calls 1, and this changes to 40px underscore 1 fraction underscore 80px. Then we have gap of 4, border bottom. Then we have border white /10. Then we have bg-bg-base /70. We have px4, py2. Then we have text access. We have uppercase and tracking wider. There's also text-text subdued. Then backdrop blur. There you go. On small screen sizes, it's going to be top, and that changes to 64px. And small screen size, it's grid. Then we have, actually, let's come down here. That's more easier. This is going to be on medium screen sizes. It's going to be grid calls, let's say 2, and change that to 40px underscore min max. There you go. This is going to be 0 and 4 fraction. Then we have underscore here again, min max 0, 3 fraction, underscore min max 0 and 1 fraction. Then after that, here we have large screen size. It's going to be grid calls 1. Change that to, I'm gonna bring it down here. So we have 40px min max 0.4. Then we have 0.3 fraction min max. Let's make sure that this is the same here, here. Okay. And okay, we are not using min max here. Okay, min max 0.3 fraction here, and then we have underscore min max. This is gonna be 0 and 2 fraction here, then min max 0, 1 fraction. And this is whole thing. Let's get to that div now, and here we have a span, which is gonna have some class names like text-center. This is gonna hash, then another span, title. Then it's gonna say show album. When that is true, we're gonna display a span that's gonna say album. Class name hidden, hold on, and medium screen size is going to be block. Then we need show date added. When that is true, we have a span here again. This is gonna say date added. Class name hidden, and large screen sizes it's going to be block. All right, then after that we need another span. This is gonna display a clock, if I can bring that, yes. And size is going to be 16, and area label is going to be duration. And this span here is going to have a class name of flex justify, and there you go. And now after this div, which is ending here, I'm gonna here create another div, class name flex, and flex call. We open that div, and here we have tracks dot map. Hold on dot map. This is gonna be a track and index, and for each I'm gonna run an iteration, and in here we have a track row. There you go. That's gonna take a key, which is going to be t.id dash here and index here. Then it's going to take a track, which is going to be track, index, which is going to be index. There you go. Queue, which is going to be all tracks. And then show album, that's going to be show album. Show cover, that's going to be show cover. Then we need show date added, that's going to be show date added. All right, and with that we are officially done with this component as well, and this track is not needed here. That came accidentally. So yeah, let me take you to the browser, and here basically first of all we are not gonna be working on the playlist. Actually, the playlist holds more functionality than the album page, and the album is the one that we're gonna create first. And second, let me show you this link here, for example, this playlist page here. And that's actually another application that I already have built. And if I can get there. So here on the album page, you will notice that we have this. So this is what we have built so far already. So we have this little, if I click on that, there you go, we have this indicator playing bar, and then we have this. We haven't built this part yet, and that is exactly what we're going to do now. So we're going to need to build this hero and all other sort of little components that this main component is combined of. I'm going to close this one,